Welcome to the GunChallenge.com lobby chat.
Yeah. Hey, Bill.
How you doing, Mr. Knives?
Doing good, man.
On this thrilling day.
How's the weather where you at?
Yeah, it didn't rain all day today, but it was about 40 degrees a couple hours ago, so not so great.
I'd rather be cold.
Yeah. That winter just don't want to let go up here.
Send it over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, today was kind of warm.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we got so used to being in the 60s. Once it got to 70, it felt kind of warm.
Yeah, there you go. That's spring weather.
Poco Ghibli website's funny.
Were you on the chat the day that first came up? When they were talking about the anime?
Yeah, I was there for a few minutes, then I had to leave. I think I was there to the end. I never got to hear the first part.
Wow.
Nice track to inform me about that.
Oh. There's a lot of people hanging around. They must still be hanging out in
Yeah, the other chat.
match chat.
Yeah, that must be better over there.
They were having fun today. It was good chat.
No, that Night Strike chat was good.
Well, the other night, yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, I had a fucking internet went out on me.
Oh no.
That's why I popped out. I was like, shit.
Yeah, they got to talking about the Rock Humpers outline for the comic, and they just went ballistic after that.
Yeah, I was good. Had to rewatch it.
Yep, a lot of fun.
I want me a Poco Ghibli patch now. Shit.
Well, I ordered the set of 3 gun channels patches just to throw them a buck when they were getting ready to go out to the NRA shoot. So
I wanted to buy the glow in the dark one. I missed it last year.
oh.
I missed it this year too.
Well, unfortunately, I don't wear a lot of patches. I don't wear a lot of t-shirts with words on them, and I don't wear a lot of patches.
He gave me some of them. He gave me one of my pick, and
Mhm.
they're pretty good.
Well, I'm going to have to. Go ahead.
I'm gonna collect them all.
What I think I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to start a gun vest, because same thing with my motorcycle patches. I don't wear patches on my leathers because it weakens the leather when you punch holes through it like that. So I have a denim vest, and that's where I put all my patches for my motorcycle stuff. So maybe I'll have to get another denim vest and start a gun channels vest.
Collection.
Yep. Make sure to have that gun channels patch out there, or the Poco Ghibli patch, just in case the apocalypse comes. I don't want to get shot coming in.
Do you wear hats, Bill?
Huh?
You can always get a hat with just a Velcro patch on it.
Oh, that's true. And change them off.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah. Normally the hats I have, I have one for where I used to work, and then I've got one for CCDL, which is our gun rights organization up here. But other than that, the rest of them are just, they're just junk hats that I got that I wear outside and do.
Yeah, there's
there you go.
Hat with Every Second Matters on it.
How come it's backwards? Because
It's backwards?
Yeah, well, it reads backwards. It's inverted.
That's the camera.
Oh, wow.
It's reading straight for me.
There's the camera.
Showing up. The Y is in front. The Y is on the left on my screen.
Huh. That's weird because showing it the right way for me.
Oh.
But it's got a Velcro patch here. There's a little small one on the very top. And then on the back, it's got another patch panel.
There you go. Yeah, I was telling Knives I'm not real big on shirts with lettering and stuff on them. Except when I'm camping. When I'm camping, it's not too bad. But I'm not, I guess I'm just not that assertive when I go out in regular life. Mostly because I don't like T-shirts. I got to have a pocket. I'm a pocket kind of guy. So, Pink, you're not working tonight?
No, not tonight.
Oh. No, usually do a setup and run kind of thing.
Yeah, normally.
Yo, Pink, my brother wants to get a Prius. Should I slap him?
He wants a what?
He wants a Prius.
A Prius?
Yeah, should I slap him? He says he wants to save the world.
You sure he's your real brother?
Sometimes I wonder.
Is he doing it just for gas mileage or what?
He wants to do it like Dano, Uber.
Oh, that's a thought. Yeah, because you certainly don't want to buy one of those if you want to be green.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it's not that. If you look at the total cost of manufacturing and all that stuff, all these battery operated cars are a lot worse for the environment actually than fueled vehicles.
I was going to say, if he was doing it just for gas mileage, he'd be better off getting a 80s, Plymouth Horizon or something like that.
Yep. Shit, my Dodge Dart used to get 25 to the gallon.
Did I slap him? How hard?
Well, unfortunately, cars are one of those personal things. You can't tell anybody what to get. If anybody had told me 30 years ago I'd be driving a minivan, I would have said he was full of shit. So,
Yeah, I've had a couple minivans in my day.
I had a girlfriend that had a what the hell was it? Dodge Caravan. And I really liked that thing because you're up really high, because I ride bikes too. So you're up, your head is up pretty high on a bike. And you can really see well with them, and you can carry all kinds of shit in them. And I didn't have to take the truck all the time. So I just got used to them. And after we broke up, I went out and bought one of my own.
See, I had what was it? The Plymouth? It was, yeah, it was
Voyager.
it was a Plymouth Voyager.
Yep.
It was the 2.5 turbo.
Oh.
And then I also had a Dodge Caravan that was four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's the same body. I mean, it's basically the same car. Yeah, I bought a Plymouth Caravan. I bought a Dodge Caravan after we split up, and then I replaced it with a Chrysler Voyager, which is what I'm driving now. But they're both, I don't buy new cars. They're all old shitters that I, find on the side of the road or whatever.
Yep. Well, see, I had mine because I had 4 Rottweilers, and you just take out the middle seat, and that thing's a hell of a
Plenty of room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I liked it. I liked the Voyager because the Voyager had the double doors. It had doors on both sides. And I liked that a lot.
Yeah, I think that was what, 90 or 2001 and up.
Mine's a 2000, yeah. So that was pretty cool. So I got it, and that way when I took, when I take the family out, my older sister and my younger sister and her husband, like we'd run down at a casino or whatever, I'd be the one that drove all the time because I had the car that was the most comfortable for that many people.
I'm actually looking for one right now.
Yeah.
But probably trade my Trans Am in on it just so I can get Mama another van.
Oh. I don't know if I would do that.
Yeah, I don't drive the Trans Am, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to Arkansas on Saturday, and I had the choice of taking my Miata or taking the van, and I said, the van's got cruise control. I said, yeah, that's probably a pretty good thing.
Yeah, I've only got 52,000 miles on the Trans Am, so if that tells you anything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I barely drive it.
My Miata is a 96 Miata, and it has 53,000 on it. I ended up buying it used from a gal that does exactly the same thing I do. She keeps it in the garage all winter, and then when the sun gets out, that you take it around a few times.
Yeah, see, I only drove mine on days off, and those are far and few in between sometimes. So.
Yep.
Never drove in the winter.
Well, I made a mistake of driving mine in the winter. That was a real bad idea. Well, it's only got about 6 inches of clearance. I was fine till I got home. I hung it up at the end of the driveway trying to come in where they backplowed the driveway. Took 2 hours to dig it out. That was not good. But hey, got to do stuff like that every now and then. Well, I put a friggin' trailer hitch on mine and everything. I tow my little pop-up trailer that I tow behind my bike. Oh yeah, and my Miata is the I'm responding to somebody on the chat here, is the classic Arespi red with a black interior. And I'll admit it to Chick's car. I'll tell you what, my ex-wife used to look freaking fantastic in that car when she used to ride as a passenger. Yeah, I'm more a Mohican kind of guy, but yeah, Foxwoods is okay. My younger sister likes Foxwoods. Well, yeah, I have a little pop-up trailer that's, one of those ones you tow behind a motorcycle. So I throw that in back of the Miata sometime if I know the weather's going to be really shitty, rather than take the bike. Well, 1,400 miles is a little far for me, so I'm gonna do it in 3 days. So I'm gonna be pushing kind of hard the first couple of days. We'll see. I had fun printing out all the laws of all the states I'm going to be going through to find out where I can and cannot carry with the different permits that I have. That was exciting. Ended up with a stack of paper about 3/4 of an inch thick.
Yeah, they've got phone apps that you can use for that.
Yep. Well, the one I like the best, it's called Gun Laws US, and I like the way they organize it. So that's pretty good stuff. I think there's only about 3 states I can't carry in from Connecticut on out. That's not bad. It's of course, New York and New Jersey, you kiss those off. And I can't remember if it's Illinois or Indiana. I think it's Illinois I can't carry in. Whichever one is further out. So I have to be real careful when I make my stop for the night, not, that I plan it to not stop in any of the states I can't carry in. I heard that they're putting a bill in place to amend the FOPA law to allow people to stop and overnight while they're traveling. I think that would be great. Because you get, states like, California and Texas and, really, big places you just can't get through in a day. I think that would be I think that's an excellent common sense change to the laws. Of course, if they did national reciprocity, you wouldn't need any of that shit, but oh well. Can't win them all.
Texas is gun friendly anyway, so you wouldn't have to worry about that.
That's true. I was surprised, though, how many of those northern central states are, if you got a permit from anybody, we'll take it. And one or two of them are even, whether you're a resident or not, because that's something that people forget to check. You say I have a Ohio permit or a Pennsylvania permit, and it says, yeah, you're good. But what it really means is you're only good if you're a resident of Pennsylvania. But a few of those states are, we don't care what you got.
Yep.
It is getting better, slowly but surely. We are winning that one. But the more states we get that go, permitless carry or go with, hey, we'll recognize anybody's permit, the harder that states like mine just dig their heels in. Our governor has already said he wants to be the state with the toughest gun laws in the United States. And it's like, oh my God. The guy just doesn't get it. I was surprised to see on the list they did the other day on the Daily Show that we were only like 45th. I thought we were worse than that.
Yeah. California, New Jersey, New York, those three are probably the top three.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were only from 2015 though. So we've passed a few more crappy gun laws since then. We had the humongous shit kicker there in 2013, obviously, but after that, we had a few more that got passed that are just about as bad. They're trying for a few more this year, so they bite off some more of the pie. And at the same time, our neighbors to the north are going with the constitutional carry. They don't care if you have a permit or not. Well, what are you going to do? I wouldn't mind, but now
the general tried to change some of the laws herself, didn't she?
Say that again?
I said your attorney general tried to change laws herself too, didn't she?
Oh, you're talking Massachusetts. That's not my state.
Oh, okay.
But it's right next to me. I'm in Connecticut, but she got her ass handed to her on that one. Yeah, the Supreme Court didn't like that very much. I think that was the district court that shot her down, or at least they're taking her to court. But yeah, that's the problem with a state. In Connecticut, they passed laws that were blatantly unconstitutional, and then basically stood up and said, "Yeah, fine, sue us." And now it's what the hell, 2013. It's 4 years down the road. These things take a lot of time, and then they didn't even hear it. We got blown off in the circuit court, and then they took us to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court refused to grant certiorari. So now we're right back where we started. No prejudice, but no findings. So. But between us and New York, the second's got its handful. That's for sure. They definitely got a few people bringing laws up. Have you heard anything more about Gorsuch? How his nomination's going?
Nah, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
I know I watched Louder with Crowder the other day, and yeah, he was like, man, the left was celebrating all these victories against him, and he was playing everything that they were showing, and it was actually him whooping all over them. So
yeah, I didn't see it. If they thought they won those conversations, I sure as hell didn't see it. I saw the one with shit for brains, the lady there, where she tried to get him to say that he would legislate from the bench on the Second Amendment, and that didn't work out. And then our asshole Senator Blumenthal tried to make him do the same thing, and he shut him down. It's just awful. Yeah, they're pretty pissed. They really want guys that'll legislate from the bench. They don't want guys that read the words and say, if a person read those words, this is what he would think it meant. I mean, and I think that's only fair. It's how the hell are we supposed to know what we can do and we can't do if the words on the paper don't mean anything? And I'm big on the democratic republic process. I mean, you don't like the law, change it. It's not that hard. California is not a shall issue state. Who put that up there? That must be.
Trying to make it a shall issue state.
I was going to say it must be. So there's an assembly bill in California to make it a shall issue state.
It's a lady.
They better get there for Peruta gets up to the Supreme Court.
Fuck.
I'm still pissed about that. That ought to be double jeopardy. If you do an en banc panel and the en banc panel votes a certain way, and the government doesn't like it, they petition for a full panel, and so Peruta's case went up there and got the en banc panel, and they said, nope, he's right, he wins. And the state didn't even have an oar in because they never thought he was going to win. So then their attorney general just went absolutely bullshit, saying, "Oh no, this is no good." And the circuit court said, "Look, you had an opportunity to file briefs and shit, and you didn't do it." But they went ahead and got they voted and said they'd hear it on the whole group, and that's where he lost. So now he's got to go to the Supreme Court. But that's like double jeopardy as far as I'm concerned. You won once and you didn't like the decision, so you had another trial? Wait a minute. Supreme Courts really just don't work for me very well. See, that law sucks. There you go. It's not shall if it says, well, maybe I read this wrong. Wait a minute, let me get the ad out of the way. State to allow citizens showing just cause. Yeah, see, that's no good because it still shows just cause.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the link that Knives put up.
Oh, okay, about California.
Yeah. And it says a new bill introduced in California would amend the state law to allow citizens showing just cause for self-defense to obtain concealed carry permit. And God damn it, the show cause that's the part that's illegal. That's where it's not shall issue. Shall issue says if you don't meet a disqualifier, they have to give you the permit. That's what shall issue means. So this shall issue is horseshit. That is not shall issue. That is may issue. If they decide you need it, they will issue it to you. And that's exactly what Massachusetts has. In fact, I just got my Massachusetts permit in the mail yesterday. And I went up there and 3-hour drive, because there's only one place in the entire state where you can do this as a non-resident. 3-hour drive, 15-minute interview, 3-hour drive home, wait 6 weeks, and then I get a restricted license in the mail. Really pissed. And it's $100 a year. I mean, we're not talking no cheap freaking license here. No cheap permit. So so I got one just to see what it would be like. And next year when I go to renew, I'm gonna say, could you please give me an unrestricted permit? And if they don't give me an unrestricted permit next year, assuming I'm still in the Northeast next year, then I'm just gonna drop it and say, no, what? I had a transport back when they had the different types of permits. I had a transport permit back years ago, maybe 25, 30 years ago. And I didn't keep that up for the same reason, because it was just outrageously priced and it was just too hard. Gee Webs, you missed it. Oh well. But yeah, that was a real irritant when I came home and found that in the mailbox the other day. But I sort of they didn't restrict it as bad as I thought they were gonna, so that's not too bad. AG. So anyway, that's my rant on it's not shall issue if you have to show cause. If you have to show cause, it's may issue. Show cause, the only thing the state can say is you have a disqualifier. That is a shall issue state. So I think the people in bearing arms are a little optimistic by titling it that way.
There's another from Cal Guns.
Did you throw the link up? No, yeah, the bearing arms the only one that's there. All right, let's take a look at that. One says, open that the tab. Always interested in gun legislation, so that's a good deal. Reaffirm, clarifying the process. Okay, that's a little clearer. That's good. That's good, Knives. I'm glad you put that in there, because that's got a better. So basically, they're saying that the assertion of self-defense is an acceptable justification for good cause. But personally, I think the Second Amendment is and that's the problem I had in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, you have to show an imminent threat to life or property, and it's like, until it happens, how the hell can you show an imminent threat? So they're just idiots. But I still think they ought to take it. I still think having good cause is a bad idea, because it still makes it a may issue state and not a shall issue state. But it's better. So we have to fight these laws, unfortunately, while we want to be philosophically correct and just say, look, the Second Amendment is our permit. That's it. We're done. We have to use the strategies that our enemies use, or our adversaries. They're not our enemies. Our adversaries use, and we have to bite. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You have to just keep nibbling away. And that's what we're going to have to start doing. We're just going to have to start pushing these back and changing a little language here, changing a little language there, because that's what they've been doing to us for 4 decades. So it's better. I won't say it's not better, not perfect, but don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'm glad thanks, Knives. I'm glad you put that up there. That's cool. Like
I'm out.
California.
Guys have a nice day.
All right. Hey, have a great afternoon. Thank you. Afternoon. God, I don't know what the hell I'm smoking.
Now it's like 7 or 9 here.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes at midnight. But that's what I do nowadays. I try to listen to the Daily Show every day because that's always a lot of fun. And then if there's a show right after it, I'll listen to that. Then I'll come on to chat till midnight, 12:30, and then I'll head to bed. And that seems to be working out as a good pattern.
Right on. Yeah, normally we would have a lot of people in here at this time of night. For whatever reason, it's kind of died off. So I'm sure more.
Well, they're all playing on Matt's side, aren't they?
Right now, there's a bunch of people off air because Matt was doing some stuff off air there. But I just mean, typically the nights were really jumping over here. That's why we started doing the day stuff because it was frustrating. Everybody was here at night. Just get a different kind of person at night. So,
I see.
just people that are night owls. They were playing a lot of video games and stuff, and just having this on in the background while they're doing stuff. Whereas during the day, I think it's more people that are at work, doing their thing. Oh shit! Is it only 9 o'clock? Shit. I think I might head over to the store real quick.
Well, you California?
No, but I'm on California time right now. It's only 9 o'clock here.
Yeah, cool.
Because the store's open till 10, and I just.
I thought with the time change, you jumped again.
Yeah, over to Arizona before I was Mountain. Over to California.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's 12 o'clock on the East Coast, so it's 9 o'clock on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
It was barely 9. Before it was like I was different than Vegas. Now I'm the same as Vegas.
Well, while you're out there, pick up some chocolate for Knives.
Chocolate. No, that's the cheap store. I wouldn't get chocolate at a 99-cent store.
Oh.
Good chocolate.
Try to get the sushi there instead, right?
Well, I get other stuff.
At the gas station. Yeah, sounds like you got a couple minutes if you want to run out.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to, though. I think I will. Wait, it's tomorrow the 30th? Yes.
Tomorrow's the 30th.
I will be going out tomorrow, so I can just wait.
Hey, maybe you can explain to me what these symbols mean on the if you're looking at a text chat and you have the listing of all the people, and some of them have little Z's and some of them have leaves and some of them have little square things.
The square thing is they're on a mobile device.
Oh, okay.
The leaf means they're doing something, and the Z's means they were there, but they've been idle, so they're probably listening.
So the Z literally is they're sleeping. They're not active.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 minutes or something.
Okay. So the only weird one is the mobile device, the little square one for like yesterday's Pomade shows up with he must be on a cell phone or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or I think a tablet will show up like that too, but yeah, not a real browser.
Yeah, he's at work right now.
Oh. Yeah, I learn something every day.
And he would jump in, but he's got presses running in the background. So.
Oh no! I don't want to do that. I worked in a plastics factory. My first full-time job was working in a plastics factory, and we did like expanded polystyrene and shit. Making like the little fake straw hats and the molds of heads for wigs and stuff. And you definitely didn't want to screw around while you were running those machines because they had those huge plates that came together and separated and all that. You could definitely get screwed up pretty quick by one of those things.
So then what do you spray into those cavities? Like some kind of a release, or is the material itself just not stick to the metal?
How it works is they have plungers on the inside the molds, and after the mold comes together, you blow in the poly, and then you flash steam through the mold to cook it, and then when you take it apart, you drive the pistons out, and the pistons pop the parts out.
So there's no release needed. It's just the smoothness of the
Not
metal.
that I was aware of, and like you said, unless it's not like we had to go in there and spray anything.
Okay.
It pretty much did it all by itself.
And those are big metal molds that you're smushing it into?
Yeah, they're like made out of formed aluminum, so they're light, but they are still metal. Yeah.
Oh, they are light then.
Yeah, and they're on big hydraulic rams and shit, so you don't want to, you don't ever. One of the big no-nos is if you see sometimes a part won't come all the way out, it'll hang up, and you'll just want to sweep it, and get it out of there. But that's a big no-no. They catch you doing that, they bounce your ass right out of there. You have to formally shut the machine down and clear it, and then start it back up again. Only makes sense.
You can't stick a stick up there or something? Knock
Nope.
it out?
No, because the other problem is those aluminum molds are kind of they're sort of fragile, and if you put something up there and it closed on it, it would deform the mold, and then you'd really be in a world of hurt.
So they're metal, but they're more like tinfoil than they are like an engine block.
Right, because think about it, they're hollow inside, so the steam can flash through them. So they're not real. They're not real. I mean, they're bad enough that they'd mangle your hand pretty good, but you definitely could. If you stuck something in there, you definitely could damage them. Yeah, 17, 18 years old. That was my first job, first full-time job. Other than the standard shit of gas stations and grocery stores and crap like that.
How'd the styrofoam come in? It was pellets?
Yes, it's pellets. Yep.
And then they just heat them and sham them in there?
Well, that you blow them in, and then you flash the steam through the mold, and that heat is what cooks it up.
Oh, they're just in there loose, like packaging peanuts then.
Yeah, except they're real small. They're like grains of rice.
Yeah,
they're really tiny.
I thought they were blown in there or something like liquid and then formed to that. So
they are blown in, but yeah.
And then they're just crammed in and then heated around the outside.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we used to make beanbag chairs and the corn ice cream. They used to be what do you call it? Like pint ice cream things where you take the two blocks of foam together and close them right over the square thing of ice cream. Lots of different junk. We made all kinds of different junk. We made games for Milton Bradley and other shit like that. We made all kinds of crap.
Huh. Where was this at?
Up here in Connecticut. It was a little company up here in Connecticut. They went Chapter 11. Yeah, they died. Oh yeah, that's the story of my meteoric rise to mediocrity. I was in college. I was taking a data processing degree in college. I'd gone to a technical college for that. And I was halfway through, and I was working full-time and going to school full-time. I still had a 3.14 cum, which wasn't bad for working 40 hours a week. And they went tits up, and so I got my what do you call it?
Severance?
Yeah, well, not severance, but I got my layoff paper, right, that said I didn't quit. And I went down to unemployment and tried to get unemployment, and they had the form you fill out, and I checked the box that said a full-time student. And when they went to do the interview, as soon as he saw that I was a full-time student, he basically said, "Get the hell out." And I was really pissed because I was going to a day-night school at the time, and I could have gone anytime I wanted. And they said, "Look, the law says if you check that box, you're not eligible for all 3 shifts. So we can't say that you're actively seeking work, so you don't get any unemployment. Get out."
Oh.
So I went back. I was just about through with the semester, so I went back to school, and I was bitching and moaning about this at the top of my lungs because you guys know I love to bitch and moan. And one of my teachers happened to be he worked for Travelers, and he said, "Hey, we're hiring. Would you like me to write you a recommendation?" I said, "Shit, yeah." So I went to work for Travelers, and I've been there ever since.
Travelers, the people that go back in time and stop Big country.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's them. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. That's okay. Later on, I'll go back and erase all of this so you didn't hear it.
Okay, that makes sense. That keeps
Yeah,
it fine.
43 years. I put in almost 43 years with those guys.
Huh.
Not bad. It was fun stuff. We did a lot of good stuff. I love working for those guys. They were great. You know, information. Well, there wasn't information systems then, but I used to work for God, the General Operations Division. Those were the guys that if you provided support services to mainframe computers, that's the organization you were in.
Well, I thought you
So I
meant
used
like an insurance company.
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
Yeah, but inside the insurance company, the division was called God, the General Operations Division. And that was back in '74, I think. So pretty cool.
Nowadays, people are lucky to stay at a job for 6 months.
Well, you know, people do what they, you know, they job hop and talk themselves up into a better job, and that's cool. You know, I understand that, but I mean that all started happening because there's no company loyalty anymore. I mean, you know, as soon as they were able to start outsourcing our jobs, they started outsourcing our jobs. So what are you going to do? Luckily for me, I was in a very notch, but by the end of it, I was in a very notch programming position where there weren't a lot of people that did it. So, you know, it took them a lot longer to get people on the outside to be in our, you know, to be able to outsource that. And even now, they still have a lot of trouble finding people with the required skill sets and stuff. But hey, what are you going to do?
I just mean the mindset of the work, you know, the upcoming workforce nowadays.
Yeah, it's good and it's bad. You know, I mean, the companies always gave lip service to work-life balance, and they wanted you to have a balanced work and home life right up until the time they needed you, and then they didn't really give a shit about your home life anymore. Yeah. I mean, I wore a beeper for 30 years, and that definitely puts a crimp in your style. But you know, I can understand people saying, "Look, there's more important shit around here than work," but you still got to make a dollar. And people who are willing to commit to the company usually do pretty well. So it all comes down. You know, it's kind of like the mythical wage gap. You know, the women are always talking about how they make less than men, and then you go look at the reasons that they get paid less, and it's all personal choices that they've made. You know, they don't go for the hard sciences. They don't do STEM in school. They take more time off. They decide their families are more important, which they are. No, I don't have no problem with that. But when you're up against a guy that works, you know, 70 hours a week and is there every time you ask him, he's there every time. You can't you can't compete with that.
Yeah, doesn't turn down overtime, nothing.
Right. You know, oh, you need somebody to be in on a Saturday? Fine, no problem. Or you need somebody to travel at the last minute? Fine, I got a suitcase in the car. You know, and that's what happens. Now, I actually worked for a couple of female bosses, and one of them, I'll tell you, best boss I ever had. But she operated the same way. If they needed her, she was there. She put whatever time in it took to get the job done. And, you know, the fact that she was female had absolutely nothing to do with it. She was talented. She knew what she was doing, and she had the commitment. And so she got paid what everybody else got paid. So I'm good with that.
Minus 70% because of her vagina.
No, not at all. Not at all. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody had something to say.
Yeah, I've got a female on my crew that outworks pretty much every guy in the place.
Yep.
I mean, she works more, than 3 guys combined. So, yeah. I keep trying to give her, we kept trying to give her, like promotions and stuff like that, but she never would take them.
My sister was like that. My older sister is actually the really smart one in the family. I'm not quite the doofus, but I'm pretty close. And she was like cum laude in college, and she's a really smart gal, but she's got some really firm beliefs that she does not want to manage people at all.
Yeah.
And because she doesn't want to manage, that's it. They, as an individual contributor, there's only so much she can do. Right. She just didn't want to do it. People piss her off, She doesn't. That we have in common, but she just didn't want to do it. But she was good with it. She learned to live on a lower salary, and she's much more interested in her outside interest than her work interest. So it works out good. And when she was like an executive admin kind of thing. And now she's a technical admin, and she loves it because she gets to write proposals and help them with their displays and all that other kind of crap. She loves the creative part of it, but she doesn't make that much. So she's had to learn to live with it. But those are the choices you make, So how many more gun companies do you think we're going to lose?
What did we lose?
With all it sounds like Remington's not doing so well. Unfortunately, they got caught at the worst possible time because their products were getting a little shoddy, and now the market is downturned on them, so they don't have a lot of time to recover.
Yeah.
Well, that's more of the Freedom Group taking it over than anything.
Yeah.
I mean, when they took it over, the quality control went down and everything else. So.
Yep. Yeah, Colt shot themselves in the foot too. So that Robert on the chat was saying that Remington they announced some pretty big layoffs a week or two ago, and then a few days ago they announced they were laying some more people off. But they're laying off the right people. They're laying off the idiots that took them down the garden path. They're laying off management people, higher management people, which is great. Get rid of those bastards. And Colt's always had a tough time because Colt here in Connecticut, it's a really tough environment for them. It's a very bad state to have a business in. So I'm not real surprised that
a gun business or any business.
Well, any business, but the gun businesses in particular. Okay. Depending on who you listen to, the National Shooting Sports Foundation did a study, and they figured we've lost about 3,000 jobs in the gun industry since 2014 or 15. And probably $7 million a year in revenue. So we'll see. And yeah, I also heard Bob says was in their talk of Colt moving, and yeah, I've heard some rumors about that, but nothing substantiated.
I thought I heard Colt moving too a while back.
Yeah. I'm sure there are plenty of towns in the South and out in the West that would love to offer them to kiss their butts royally to bring those industries out there.
Oh, hell, I'd love them to come to my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Move that shit over here. Hell, we were jumping with glee when found out that a toilet paper company was coming into town. We're giving them all kinds of tax breaks and everything else just to come in.
Find somebody out there.
Yeah,
Michigan does have a lot of room. Yeah.
Well, I'm in Ohio, but see, we had RCA And of course, when they moved jobs to Mexico, then the plant here went out.
What the hell happened with all the telecom you guys used to have? I mean, Cincinnati
I
was
don't
like the telecom capital of the world. Everybody went there for long lines training and stuff. I flew out to Cincinnati for long lines training. With AT&T.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and just in our community here, we had lost RCA. I think there's a couple other manufacturing companies that went out. I think the biggest thing we've got right now is DuPont. And I think that's the only thing keeping us afloat around here.
What do they do? What do they make?
More of the like the Mylar and stuff like that, the film.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my dad had worked for them for like almost 40 years.
Wow. Well, it's like the huge shock when Kodak couldn't keep up and shut down all their places in Rochester and all that shit. I work with a gal that used to be a chemist for Kodak and came to work for Travelers as a second career. And she had freaking patents to her name and everything. She was a real sharp gal. Bob asks, where is CZ USA? I have no idea where CZ USA is. I guess I'll ask Google. Where is CZ USA? See, I could never get one of those Siri things or Hey Googles because it would hear me talking to myself all day long, and it would probably drive itself nuts answering stupid questions.
Get all depressed because you never listened to it.
Where the hell are my glasses? Shit like that. Listen to me swearing at the TV. What the fuck is wrong with those people? I'm sorry, I don't know which people you're talking about.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with those people either.
Kansas City, Kansas, apparently is where CZ USA is, or whoever it was in the for Robert. So it's in Kansas City, Kansas, as opposed to Kansas City, Missouri, which always screwed me up. I was so bad with that when I was a kid. Czech Firearm Company. Česká Zbrojovka. Cool. Get my Czech friends to teach me how to pronounce that shit. Mexican state attorney. Oh, God. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's a good one.
What happened?
Clay put up a link, just the title of the link. Mexican State Attorney General arrested U.S. border drug charges. Well, it's like Yee in California, right? Was pissing and moaning about the guns and everything, and here he was running guns on the side. God damn it. Stuff like that. There's stuff that makes you go, Yep, that guy. Yeah. Absolutely. You can't trust most of your politicians, boy. They just don't give a shit about us. Though I will admit, one of the things about getting more active in the politics of the firearms issues and stuff, it really was nice to meet some of the nice people in my state that get it. And regardless of which side of the aisle they're from, we got a couple of Dems and some Republicans that are still, pretty good. Okay, I give up. Is MI Mississippi or Missouri?
Michigan, I think.
Oh, Michigan. Okay. So MI MS must be Mississippi.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, my poor uncle. He moved out of Missouri, and a year after he moved out of Missouri, they got constitutional carry. But he moved to Arkansas, which is pretty good. My permit's good. That's where I'm going. I'm going to visit my aunt and uncle. So, and my permits are good there. So, yeah, Michigan has Detroit in it. I really not sure you're going to get constitutional carry there.
They abbreviate Michigan like that because if you abbreviate Mitten, it would be the same way. So it's easy to remember.
Yeah, right. Hey, I learned a new thing today. I learned the origin of the 21 gun salute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you know where the number 21 comes from?
No.
Add 1776, add the digits up.
Are you kidding? That's where it comes from?
That's where it comes from.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
That's arbitrary.
I read it on the internet. It must be true. I was actually looking up songs for the Daily Show because you guys were doing the Daily Gun Show and you were doing the song stuff, and I said, "Oh, I wonder what other songs there are out there that might be fun to put in there." Because I was trying to find ones where it's not obvious right from the first verse or two. 21 Guns, and there was a song called 21 Guns, which is about that. And it's basically about a guy getting the 21 gun salute. And I was reading an article about it.
It says the custom stems from naval tradition where a warship would fire its cannons harmlessly out to sea until all ammunition was spent to show it was disarmed, signifying the lack of hostile intent. As naval customs evolved, 21 guns came to be fired for heads of state or exceptional circumstances for heads of government, with the number decreasing with the rank of the recipient's honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to find the one I found that contradicts that. So hold on a minute. Let's see if I can find it.
The tradition of saluting can be traced to the Middle Ages, placing oneself on an unarmed position and therefore in the power of those being honored. So, the whole thing from this actual salute is that you don't have the sword in your hand. So that's where the salute comes from. And the gun salute, it says, may have originated with the 17th century of maritime practices demanding that a defeated enemy expand its ammunition and render itself helpless at a time-consuming operation to reload. So the gun had been established as a naval tradition. A man of war visited a foreign port would discharge all its guns to show they were empty, since the ship would not have enough time to reload before it was in range of the shore's batteries. It was clearly demonstrating friendly intentions by going in with empty guns. Let's see, blah blah blah. Thus, earlier regulation stated, though a ship may only have 7 guns, the forts ashore would fire 3 shots to each 1 shot afloat, hence the number 21. So I guess they got it down to 21, even though the boats had more. And then a 21 is for the highest honor, and then down and down.
Here you go. The 21 gun salute is considered the highest expression of honor, blah, 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 given blah, blah, blah. What's the origin? In ancient times, the warship fired a 7 gun salutes based on the lucky number 7. 7 is also an important biblical number, blah, 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 blah. In 1810, the War Department of the United States defined the national salute as equal to the number of states in the Union, and at that time it was 17. This salute was fired by all U.S. military installations at 1 p.m. later in the day on Independence Day. Today, 50 guns are fired when the president visits a military installation or when a president or ex-president dies. In 1842, the presidential salute was formally established at 21 guns. Why 21? Some say it's a multiple of 3 based on say it is a multiple of 3 based on another significant biblical number. At Independence Hall in Philadelphia, tour guides report that the 21 gun salute reflects the founding of our country. Independence was declared on 4/1776. If you add up the numbers 1, 7, 7, and 6, what do you get? 21. In Las Vegas, blah, 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 blah. So basically, there's a bunch of different people saying a bunch of different things here. But the 21 salute for the presidential salute, which became the 21 gun salute, was actually formally established in 1842. And I guess by then it could have been just about anything. So I've seen stuff about the what do you call it? The ships. And I've seen stuff that say it's based on the number of states, and I've seen stuff that says maybe it's the what do you call it? The adding up the dates and the years here. So I guess I will agree to anything that makes a lot of sense. I didn't think did ships carry that many, an odd number of guns like that?
No, it's
I would have thought they would have had an even number, the same number on both sides.
That's a good point. I imagine they all had different, really.
Yeah. Well, then if they were big, like frigates and shit, they might have had chasers and stern guns. So those might have been like 2 or 3 each.
They do say that the formal national salute is 1 for each state, so it's still 50.
Yeah.
Oh no, it says the tradition continued until whatever, blah blah blah. Wait. Okay. The current tradition holds the salute on Independence Day to be 50 rounds, 1 for each state.
Yes, on Independence Day itself. Open it. So.
So in 1914, during the Mexican Revolution, the something or another affair occurred and escalated as a result of a 21 gun salute, or more specifically, the lack of one. 9 unarmed American sailors were arrested in Mexico for entering an off-limit area at a fuel loading station. Despite being released, the U.S. naval commander demanded an apology with a 21 gun salute. The apology was provided, but not the salute, giving President Woodrow Wilson reason to order the American occupation of the port of Veracruz. Due to an arms embargo from the United States issued to try to lessen bloodshed, Mexico was forced to seek arms from Europe and later then Asian countries. During the occupation, German arms shipment aboard whatever was legally seized before being released, turned away by American occupation force. So basically, we've used it as an excuse to declare taking over that thing, which then escalated the fucking Mexican-American War. These events ultimately drove a wedge between the Mexican-American and German-American relations, and after the start of World War I, would cause Germany to seek an influence in Mexico, declaring war on, or seek to influence Mexico into declaring war on the United States. Nice. I remember that though. I remember learning about World War I and that people were fucking with Germany to get, or fucking with Mexico to get them to fight with us. And I think if Germany wouldn't have lost, like, they would have egged on Mexico to fight us. Which is why we should have fucking said, let's just fucking take Mexico. It'd probably be a lot better off if we just, it was a bunch of extra states for us. Let them still be states. Keep their sovereignty. Just fucking let us take care of their business. It does say that each country, in Wikipedia at least, it says each country has their own numbers. So everybody came up with their own numbers for the salutes. Like we use 21 for the president and 17 for other stuff. Naval vessels now have saluting guns which are installed solely for such a purpose. 19 gun salutes are reserved for the vice president, foreign deputy, heads of state, cabinet member, speaker of the house, a bunch of other things, governors. And then a 17 gun salute is for each flag rank junior to a 5-star officer, 2 guns are subtracted. So for a 4-star admiral, a 17 gun salute. A 3-star general, 15 gun salute. 2-star, 13, and a 1-star general gets 11. Oh, see, a gun salute is not to be confused with the 3-volley salute rendered at military funerals, because that's what I figure it related to.
Oh, okay.
So that, it says, should not be confused with the 21 gun salute or the 19 or 17, which is a battery of artillery pieces. Let's see. 3 to 7 people, typically a rifle, but sometimes it's a shotgun or a handgun. Muzzle's pointed over the casket. Let's see. You can tell us why? What the fuck? It's a ceremony produced. The custom originates from European dynastic wars where the fighting ceased so that dead and wounded could be removed. Then 3 shots were fired into the air, the signal that the battle could resume. Oh. So it's basically like saying, hold off, we're putting this guy down.
Time out.
Let's get going again. Back at it. Interesting. So,
No,
wonder why they went to
really
21.
funny. The Arlington National Cemetery site doesn't say a goddamn thing about the personal salutes, and you would think that would be where they would say that. They have the other salutes in there. Wow.
All these 21, 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 7.
101.
Oh, really? I didn't see that one.
When India was part of the British Empire, the King Emperor would receive an imperial salute of 101 guns.
Okay. Greedy.
And 21 guns is actually called a royal salute in the British arms. And they in the United States, they increased the national salute by 1 until it hit 26. And then they reduced it to 21 at when the British government proposed to the United States a regulation that provided for salutes to return gun for gun. So we had 26, and that pissed them off. They couldn't afford it or whatever, so they said reduce it to 21.
You see what Sean just posted in there?
No, I didn't. Wait a minute.
The Texas Senate passed Senate Bill 16. Lowers their CHL to $8 a year.
Oh,
Nice.
well, that's to counteract our $300 that they proposed this year. I do on most of these sites, though. I do see that common thread of, discharging a weapon to show that you're coming in peace. So that seems to be, at least one of them that everybody agrees on.
Well, that's why the custom is just a matter of nobody can tell you why it's 21, like necessarily.
Yeah.
But yeah, the custom is definitely just emptying your guns as a salute.
Hmm. Yeah, and I saw that reference you did to the the 21 gun salute is not actually what's happening at a funeral. It's actually a series of 3 volleys. So, and the United States Army's manual section on the ceremonial firing party at a funeral names a number of riflemen as between 5 and 8 rather than an exact number. So that's pretty cool. All right, so that didn't have anything. So the 21 gun salute doesn't really have anything to do with the funeral services stuff. That's neat. Yeah, you learn something new every day. Cool. Ooh, they passed it by overwhelming vote. 26-5. Ooh.
Yeah, it took it from $140 to $40 every 5 years.
Wow. Shit. I love the reasoning. $8 a year. That's not bad. Well, 6 years ago, ours was 35. 6 or 7 years ago. Then they doubled it to 70, and now they want to do that by a factor of 4 and take it up to 300. I don't think that's going to make it, though. We shall see. Oh, well.
Yeah, I think mine's either 50 or 55 for a 5 year.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Well, it's dark 30. It's time for me to go to bed. I will talk to you gentlemen probably tomorrow.
Yep.
Right on.
Have a good one.
Later.
$9:30 and there's nobody in here. What's up with that? Keep looking over. Oh, it's empty, so it must be like 1 a.m. or something. Nope, 9:30. Well, nobody likes to chat at night. All the gun owners go to bed early. It's just, all the gun owners are just old people now.
Yeah, it's been a few years since we started gun channels. So. We're all becoming old men now.
Bob says that his wireless at Walmart blocks gun channels.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, so I got a price on that one.
So Walmart, so they can actually set their Wi-Fi to block.
Is this like a kids block or something? They can say like no porn sites, no gun sites. They can put all kinds of filters in there.
They wouldn't be able to. I mean, he'd probably be able to get on the Hangouts, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I would think so. I'll give him the link to this. He sent me an email. So that means 40. That means $1. So that means like that. Double check this shit again because I keep fucking up when I do this, trying to wing it in my head. So, oh shit, pink got dropped. Let's see, 150, and that is that. So I can do that. All right. And then come on. There he is.
Yeah, I tell you. Said I lost connection there. What was that one movie that you had for your time travel? That
Predestination.
Predestination. Okay, yeah. I remember you talking about it. But
Well, Moon watched it. He didn't like it. So he's the only one I've heard so far that didn't like it. So he might not like it.
now, is that the one that about the killing the butterfly because he stepped off the path, or?
No, I haven't been able to find that one anywhere. I want to find that one and watch it still. What? No. What? No. What? Can you read the side chat? Are you on a phone or are you on the computer?
Computer.
I was going to do glow in the dark and then maybe green. I guess they're going to be 3x4, so it's. I was thinking they were smaller because I make them smaller. I was going to have them 3x4, so they'd be a little bit bigger than what I make them.
I don't know. popular sticker?
Not really, but I'm trying to find something different than what I normally do. And still be mine, not be some other shit. So Pants is saying you watched Predestination yesterday and it was pretty fucking good. So I'm assuming pretty fucking good means pretty good.
See if I can search for that one movie. Oh, I think I found it. Yep. A Sound of Thunder.
Oh, you found that one somewhere?
I found that's the movie that we were talking about when a scientist sent back to the prehistoric era strays off the path. He causes a chain of events that alters history in disastrous ways. Let's see.
So you found it to watch or just a review of it?
I just found out what movie it was.
Oh, okay. Wonder how long it's going to take for Stupid Power Rangers to come out.
Oh, you mean online?
Yeah, it's taking forever.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there it is. Sound of Thunder.
Which movie?
That's the one where he's
No, I'm talking about. Robert said, "Fuck that movie." I don't know which one he's talking about because we got a lag, and they're not talking about a movie out there, unless they're talking about Predestination. It is weird.
oh, Power Rangers.
I just want to see it because I think the special effects will be good. I don't know what Power Rangers is. What is it like? It's like Voltron, right? A bunch of kids jump into like some kind of cars and they turn into a robot.
Well, they're more like animals. You know, one was a pterodactyl, or let's see, you had.
But then they turn into a giant critter.
Yeah.
And then I want to see Ghost in the Machine, and I don't know what the hell that is either. But I want to see what's her name walking around in that suit. But I figure that Power Rangers was like one of them shows where it was a bunch of karate kids running around being karate, and then the movie's going to be like that, all karate, kung fu type of thing, right?
Yeah, I think the one teaches them how to fight. Sound of Thunder. I'll write that down. That way I can rewatch it.
I like how people keep watching my fucking Burning Bullets video series, and then they're like, I can't tell you how disappointed I am. Like, I'm going to spend more time telling you how much I didn't like that video than I would have just spent going on and doing something else in my life. Like, why would you even click on it? What do you think a fucking minute-long video is going to do? And it always reflects. People don't look at the times, I guess. They just go, every video I watch is like some sort of a presentation for me. I'm going to sit here and absorb some new information or something. Fucking minute long, and I'm burning a bullet. What the fuck? I've done it like 8 times. What do you think I'm going to do this time? Fucking something different? Science or something? This was a minute and 57 seconds waste of my life. Like, yeah, and then you spend another like 80 seconds writing that. On the 5th. Fucking China. Fucking fucks. I knew that was gonna fucking happen. Yeah, I couldn't find this movie anywhere though, like to watch it.
Short holiday. Or if that's anything like their Golden Week.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, fucking fuckers. So I should probably get it by maybe the 12th, I guess, then. So that should be plenty of time. You guys need it by the 28th, right?
Right.
I told them the fucking 1st, so that's as close as China can get to the 1st, I guess. I kind of figured they're already in the mail because I freaking hadn't heard from them. And I'm just getting some other ones started up now. Usually he charges me and then tells me like shipping thing right away. Remington 1911. Got a guy wanting to trade me for his HG VP9. What the hell you want a VP9 for? I don't like that guy.
Yeah, I must keep the 1911.
Okay, got it, guys. It's at HK. Which one can you get easier? Oh, that's that guy with the little wings in back. I don't know. Is that one that everybody has that thinks it's awesome?
Which one?
The VP7 or the VP9?
I'm not sure. I don't know anything about HKs. I just know in HK, the one that has that Mark 23.
I don't know. They're not in my whatever. I ain't buying nothing anyway, so I haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Remington 1911s, they're not exactly the best 1911s out there. They're not the worst either, though. They do look like 1911. I think they say Remington on real big.
Well, they have that R1 real big on it, don't they?
I don't remember. I remember they said something on them. Yeah. I thought Mac said that he liked that VP9 so much it was like his Glock killer. Like, I was the gun he was going to start carrying. It was so awesome. I don't pay attention to his shit, though, so whenever either he still carries it or whenever he switched to something else, I didn't pay attention. I don't know what the tactical is. All right, let's take a look at the tactical. Thread barrel, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a better gun than a 1911, just as far as guns go. It's a striker fire real gun, right? Not old, like replica of an old ass gun. But
Yep. Double stack.
I'd much rather have a USP if I was going to HK. I had owned a USP, right? Or not? Did I? Yeah, I think it was a USP. They're kind of big and clunky, but it was in 45, so I could excuse it. In 9, like I say, it's a better gun for carrying probably. But what are mags going to cost for a VP9? $1 million each?
Yes, you did.
What? I think he said I had an HP or USP. Oh, it failed him, and he switched to something else. Of course, when you change your carry gun every week, depending on all the different kinds of factors, like all these guys on YouTube, then is their opinion still worth anything? People still go, oh, I care what they carry, when every week it's something different? Or is that give them some kind of oh, well, they carried so many different things, they must know. And now they're right. Now I listen to them. This time, I agree with you. Oh, no, even if they're going to change their mind, this is the time when they're really right on. They're really getting that extra something.
Well, one's level of agreement sometimes, if it's just something that they already wanted to be true, right? They'll go with that.
Well, and I think some people just they got to try something else, or I don't know, it's part of it is the experiencing things, right? So carrying a gun isn't enough. Now it's got to be, a gun that's interesting, or a gun that's more relevant, or a gun that can do something else. I guess I don't think any of them do anything else. They just are different, and they just want to keep their finger on the pulse, maybe. So the best way to be intimate with the gun is to carry it around every day. But yeah, it's like a fire extinguisher to me. As long as it works and it's known to work, then it works, and I don't have to think about it. So that's part of the benefit, is not having to think about it, I guess. So I don't know. Comes with 3 mags. Would you trade a VP9 with 3 mags and 500 rounds of bullets for a 1911 that you already owned, a Remington 1911 that you already owned? Now,
Which one am I ending up with?
You have a 1911 Remington 1911 R1S, whatever that is, and then somebody wants to trade you a VP9 Tactical with 500 rounds of bullets and 3 magazines for it. Can you return it?
That Remington?
Is this somebody you know, friend of yours? That's a whole different thing. I got guns that I swap with my friends, and I don't even think twice. Yeah. If I really don't like it, they'll switch back with me or something. I don't have the disposable income he does. No, that's not. That's like someone with a car. Do you listen to somebody who's had a car for 10 years, or do you listen to somebody who gets a new car every year? The person that gets a new car every year has experienced a lot of cars, and they can tell you how it compares to other cars. But that person that's had it for 10 years can tell you what it's like to have a gun or a car for 10 years.
To have that particular, the ins and outs.
This is an anonymous trade.
Well tested, well traveled.
It sounds like it's an anonymous trade with Craigslist local. Oh. Do you shoot your 1911? Are you looking for a carry gun? Oh shit! Thanks.
But in essence, though, he is trading a 9mm for a 45, correct?
He's trading 45 for 9.
Trading the 45 for a 9mm. Excuse me.
Correct.
Man, I haven't bought anything off Arms List Local or anything like that. I've heard some good things, and then I've heard some horror stories, but I have personally not done enough purchasing or anything like that off of there to have a definitive answer on that, unfortunately. Truly, it is cheaper to shoot the 9. I won't disagree with that at all.
Yeah. Plus that, was it VP that he's talking about?
VP9.
Yeah, it's probably double the capacity of the
VP.
1911.
VP.
VP.
Yeah, VP9 Tactical.
Where's that guy been? You've seen DB lately?
Oh, DB. I have not
Daytime.
seen DB in a couple days.
Not
I see him
yeah, he's been on the early watch or-
Instagrams.
Oh, okay. It's too late for him, probably with his new job. Street prostitute. Got to be out working this time of night.
Because
Looking to-
didn't he have a VP9 at one point as well?
He probably did, because he's one of the people
Yeah.
that'll jump on whatever bandwagon scoots along in front of him with a fancy tune. So he says cheaper.
Well, sometimes you like shiny,
That's fine.
but I hear what you're saying.
Like with looking for something to carry. If you're carrying a 1911 Remington, then I would definitely trade that into a striker fighter. I don't know. I've bought stuff off of the internet like that. Not necessarily armsless. I don't know if we have that here, but just off of forums and I guess maybe Craigslist. I don't know if I've done guns on Craigslist. I think I bought some gun books off of Craigslist off a guy one time. It's just always interesting to go do commerce in some parking lot of some store. It's interesting, or I mean, it's an experience in itself, so probably worth doing it at some point.
You mean a clandestine meeting where? Never mind. I'm trying to hype it up too much.
No, just free commerce, so that some people just haven't done that, and it does give you a different perspective once you've done it and participated in it. Just freedom.
So
I
be
just
going
You can neither confirm nor deny whether I have or have not.
I just don't know if people use arms list around here. I never paid attention to it for Tucson. That's Knives' job. Usually when we talk about stuff like that, Knives will go look and see where we're at. And if it's something that he'll start a bunch of links in there. Oh, he agreed to meet me at a range first and shoot it. Well, then I would definitely do it. Then you can find out if you really like that gun or not. And then you can decide if it's something that is worth your 1911. But if you're carrying that 1911, you're carrying a striker fire 9. I mean, come on. The hell are you carrying a single action 1911 for? This is not the olden days. I don't know nothing about that VP9 other than it's a bunch of people thought it was going to be great, but I don't know if I paid attention to know if there's people that have owned it since it came out and still sing its praises. Yeah, but you think about it, we meet people in parking lots and sell cars and motorcycles and boats and I guess other shit off the internet or off of newspapers. And I'd rather meet them in a parking lot than at my house or something. I met a couple of people. Where did I buy that gun? I bought a gun off of somebody one time. Off of his, I don't know how the hell I found him. And then anyway, I ended up going to his house to buy it from him. And that was, I mean, I didn't care, but I thought that guy was kind of stupid. Just let people come to his house and walk in and basically scope his house out or whatever you call that. Looking for, how he lives his life or whatever and how he has his.
Case the joint.
It's the joint, exactly. And then, just walk out with a gun. That seemed kind of weird.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I met somebody in the parking lot on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, Harry Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant to ask questions about that there, Pink.
There was a
Been to the range yet?
He's like, I'll give you for $5 more. I'll make it full auto. And you're like, I only got $4 extra. He's like, I can make 3.
Well, no, didn't you get like a stupidly reasonable price on it as well? Was it $600 or $700 or something fucking ridiculous?
600.
Yeah.
5
okay.
minutes.
How could you not?
Yeah, I was going to go to the range today, but I didn't have time. The range, it's a state, range, so it closes at 5. Last shot's at like 4:45. So I was busy doing other things. I'm probably going to go today.
You mean tomorrow?
Well, and
Yeah.
you know what? 45 is expensive, as you know, so.
Oh, no.
What do you think about those electronic?
I'm sure there will be some Instagram of it, I hope.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Excellent.
I don't know anything about electronic triggers. Is that even a thing? Unless you're triggering us. You're trying to trigger us? Electronic typing.
I've heard of them, but I've never handled one.
What is that? Like a button?
That or it's actuate something else, which I imagine you would have to be careful that it is not more than one trigger pull for one bullet.
Well, if that's a fucking regular old plain old
And-
switch, so do they have a picture of it or something? Ridiculous. So it's a plain old switch. If you're going to go to fancy tech, then I want like an electronic eye. I always want to be able to sweep the area of the trigger. I don't want to have to deal with anything mechanical anymore.
Well, but that's the point that the other person just made in the chat was electronics work and then they don't. Mechanical stuff at least gives you warning signs before it completely fail.
I just want to stick my
I
finger
think
in
he's
there.
talking about that, what I just posted.
Oh.
Was it
Wow.
DigiTrigger is a drop-in AR-15 trigger which adds a digitally controlled 1-pound trigger mode to your rifle.
You know what, dude? It's probably like the electronic steering I have on the car. I no longer have like a power steering pump. You know what I mean? I don't have power steering that way. I have electric or electronic steering. And it's freaking weird.
Because you can't be bothered. Like, I'll turn the wheel, but not
No,
all.
like, well, no, you still, it's like you still turn it just like it was regular or whatever, but you know, like on a power steering, you're going to feel the edges for sure. You know, you're also, the wheel is totally in sync with the tire on the turn. And when you are using the electronic steering, you can't always tell which way your wheel is facing or your wheels are facing, sort of. I mean, I ain't gonna complain. It's fucking easy to turn. That's definitely not a problem. Do I want a 1-pound trigger? Do I want one? Is that what I want?
I don't.
I would not.
I don't think that I would. Just for the tactile response, man. You know, I don't know. You know what? I do know. I would like to see it be in usage for a couple more years before it goes on a rifle of mine. You know what I mean? Let's see some successes and some failures with it as opposed to it's a brand new, just came out type of thing. I mean, heck, I haven't even gotten a cassette trigger yet, and I know those work pretty good. The drop-in cassettes.
Who says those were good?
People, you know, on the internet.
Sell them. People I know from gun shops say those things. They would never,
Yeah.
never use them because they break all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, okay, that's what I often wondered is what breaks on them? The actual trigger, like literally the freaking trigger, or like the springs and stuff that, you know. Again, that seems like one, like if it's going to be a failure, like if you had your spring kit or whatever, it might just be part of a spring or something like that, and you might still be able to be in action or get into action. Whereas if it's something like that, the cassette, it's going to be like a catastrophic, and the whole thing's going to be shot. You're not going to be able to like replace a part that's inside of it like you would a spring kit on a regular AR, right?
Correct, but also they're weak and designed to be precise, not strong, so they don't keep working. They break and break. That's it. They don't break and then keep limping along because they're there to get you the job done. They're just there to make.
So I guess here's the real question: is there a regular or spring kit or trigger set or whatever that is both strong, durable, but yet, like allows you the touch of, you know, improved accuracy. Now, obviously, I understand that it's not going to be supreme accuracy because you have to sacrifice the one for the other. But like, is there a middle of the road that you can get where you kind of improve your accuracy and then you also still maintain the level of durability?
I don't think so. But I don't know. I can't say that I never questioned anybody about it. I just know that the people I know that are into ARs would never run one unless it was like a for the range or something.
Or one of their gaming guns, right? If it's one of those ones that they're going to 3-gun or whatever, and that's going to be specific for that.
No, I don't know anybody who 3 guns or anything that would carry around a weak trigger. They want triggers that are as strong as they would be in real life because they want them to work they don't want to get bad scores or whatever.
Okay. And see, based it on the mil-spec trigger that came with my AR. Like, I'd never really considered changing the trigger, really. I mean, it works. And if anything, I don't feel like I should blame the trigger for my lack of accuracy.
No, not as much as like you're shooting and it stops working and you're in a match or something.
Well, right, and I got you there. And that's the thing I'd have to say on my AR. It seems like I've replaced some things that maybe didn't really need to be replaced, and I don't know whether the level of improvement that I've received is super value, kind of a value, or just a wash. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so I replaced the rear sight. I've actually replaced the rear sight 2 times. Once it came with the Magpul backup sights, the cheap plastic ones, right? But it came with it, so I was like, that's what I started with. And it's got an A2 front, so I'm not replacing that. And then, so I got the fake diamond heads, which really lined up really nice with the A2 front post, with the ears, with the wings like that. And then on eBay, Flippy turned me on to the Knights Armament site, which I really, 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 really like that site, and I'm glad I got it. But did I really need to change the sights on it from the first to the third one now? I don't know. I don't know that there's been a definitive proof that it was worth it. Also, like I no longer have the boing 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 of the spring and the buffer because I got the silent capture spring from JP Products or whatever it is, and that was not cheap, but I haven't ever had a problem with being under or over gassed. The sound is gone. So I don't know. It definitely consistently throws my ammo like probably 2 o'clock probably is where it throws it, which is probably slightly overgassed almost. So I don't know. If that was technically worth it or not worth it. I mean, I like it because the boing, boing, boing isn't going on in my ear anymore. But again, that's almost like it is a functional thing, but it's almost like it's a cosmetic thing. I mean, it's not that it's cosmetic, it's that it's an aesthetic, I guess. Like there was nothing wrong with the buffer spring and buffer that was in there when I got it, to be honest. And honestly, I don't know that I've met anybody else on gun channels that does have one of those JP silent capture springs other than myself. Usually they say, why would I pay $100 for that? Is usually the standard response. He might. I'd never gotten a positive response, actually.
I think wasn't he the one that asked to see him at SHOT Show?
Oh, he may have asked, but I don't know that he had one. He was thinking about getting one. I don't know for sure. Again, I really like it, but then again, is it just perceived, and that's why I like it, or is it really causing less malfunctions, or you know what I mean? Like, is it that it did provide value and that it makes my gun more reliable, or is it just thought of to be so? And that's
Well, how much value is it to have it not make that sound anymore? That,
well,
you got to think of that.
so
too.
so far it's been $125 worth of it, but or whatever it was, you know. So I mean, it's not cheap, but I definitely prefer the not having the sound. It's not like it was distracting or anything like that. It was just one of those things. Like when I had first fired the AR, I never knew that it made that sound before I had fired it. So it weirded me out a little bit.
You didn't think they made a noise?
Oh, come on now. Of course I knew that it made a noise, but I didn't know that the sound of the buffer and spring going through the buffer tube made a noise. That scraping boing noise, boing, boing, boing. And then I had some people tell me, oh, just get the different spring or just get the different buffer or do this or do that. And then, you know, there's the other people that says, well, there's nothing wrong with it. And it was just one of those things. I think I was bit by the bug, like how you guys were just talking about new and shiny. I think it had been like a year or two maybe after the JP Silent Capture Spring had come out. It was probably one of the first alterations that I actually did to my AR. So, you know, when you're changing furniture and stuff like that, that was one of the first things that I actually invested in. And it wasn't something that was cosmetic on the outside of the rifle. It was actually, you know, an inner part that is very important to the functioning of the rifle. So I felt like I was improving the reliability, is what I was telling myself. Anyway. And I mean, I do understand that noise is normal. I totally get that. But I usually find that when I talk to most people about it, they feel that their $125 would be better spent in other areas. And I mean, I can understand that. Other than that, I like the light that's on there. I like the
Are you talking about
red dot that I ended up.
$5 on a trigger?
What?
Are you talking about putting $125 into the trigger?
No, sir. It was into the Silent Capture Spring. Basically, it replaced the buffer and the buffer spring. Is what it did. Nothing to do with the trigger. I was definitely.
When you did that, you spent.
It's kind of like the. Oh shit! We lost him.
I hope it didn't make him mad.
He got triggered.
He's like, "Fuck you, spending all that goddamn money, you dumbass." Is that what you were just about to say?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. You're saying you spent $120 on to replace your spring in the back?
Yeah, the
spring and buffer. Yes, sir.
It's kind of like the guide rod on a Glock. You know how it's captured into one unit. Well, instead of having just a spring and a rod of a 1911, they put it into one unit to where it's all captured. You know, the buffer and the spring.
Yeah, I know that.
In one unit.
Thing you're talking about, I would have never condoned that if I was paying attention. Come on. Maybe that spring.
Well, see, that's
talking about. Why'd you get this? Who told you to get that?
So that's why I was getting it. Nobody told me to get that.
Oh, you just went on your own.
Basically, I had seen a video, like I read a review in a magazine. I'd seen a video or two about when it came on, and then basically it was one of those things where it led me to believe, and I don't necessarily think wrongly or anything, that it would improve the reliability of the ejecting or regulating the gas or however it works. I fully don't understand. I'll be honest with you. But so the reliability increase and then the sound going oh, and it seemed like it was cool. So like I said, it was one of the first parts that I actually like replaced on my AR, and
Well, that falls into, for me, the category of just because you can replace it doesn't have any reason why you should ever replace that.
oh, I have learned that, my friend. I have definitely learned that.
So I can't believe that and everybody else was like, yeah, go ahead and spend that money. You didn't authorize
Oh
this?
no, nobody. And it was one thing. It was even before I was like in these chats. I mean, I may have been out in the external or stuff like that.
I thought you did this like yesterday or something. And
Oh no, this was
lots are not paying
4 years ago or 5 years ago or something now.
All right.
Like literally, probably in 2013.
You were
I
young.
I was hoping my Instagram picture that I took of it at SHOT Show would have made you bought it.
Oh no, I already had it, and that's what I was saying. Like anytime that I actually bring it up to anybody that is on gun channels, I usually get the standard response of, "Why the fuck would you need that? Your H2 buffer is just fine." And of course, I understand that it's just fine. I get that.
No, there's a
So,
difference between fine and what is designed to work with the gun. So that thing that you're talking about with like on the 1911s, you wouldn't go around changing your springs out on 1911 just because somebody at the gun show sells those pieces. I mean,
Right? Did you get a chance to look at it? I just posted it in the internal and external.
I've seen it.
Okay. Well, okay, Mister.
It changes the characteristics of the operation of the gun, though. I mean, that's an inherently negative thing to do. You did keep your regular stuff around. You didn't get rid
Of course, I kept the stuff. It's in my range bag, as a matter of fact. But in essence, the attached part is the buffer, right? And there's the spring. So it didn't really change the operation per se. The buffer stresses the spring.
Oh no, it
It
changes.
just attach each other. Does change harmonics, so
Yeah.
let me give you that.
You can change harmonics by filling it with whipped cream. That doesn't mean it's better.
Hey, I can get a look. What is it? I can get a good look at a T-bone by shoving my head up a cow's ass, but it'd be just best to take the butcher's word for it or something like that. Isn't that how that goes? No, and I got to agree with you, G. That is about the regular response that I get on it. Is why'd you do that? You need to change it. Could have spent that money on this, that, or the other thing. So I mean, I hear you. I get what you're saying. And honestly, I haven't taken my AR to war, air quotes, so I don't know whether it really did improve the reliability or not.
Oh, you don't.
I am just under the assumption that it did.
No.
Now, whether I'm just trying to convince myself of that or not, that I don't know.
You are. You're in denial. It's okay. Let's see. How do I start with these things? I haven't done it in a while. I have to click on this. Oh, I can't do it right now. I'm on.
So that was a learning lesson, I guess, is the other thing that I'm getting at about stuff for your AR. I guess, I think the next thing was probably a MOE grip. I did, and that all came one time. Like it seemed like there's a JP silent capture spring, the MOE or MOE2 grip, the bad lever. I also put that on there, and everybody seems to hate that. Why don't you just slap the side of your gun? It's like it was a little thing,
You're in a big hurry.
or it's an ongoing learning. But the funny thing is that I know that if I got another AR, like say I got one of the furniture-less BCMs or something like that, I know that there's stuff like I would take the Knight's Armament sight off of the old AR, and I'd put one of the other ones on that I had on it. I also know that I would take the silent capture spring out of there and put that into the new AR and just put the old buffer and spring in the Smith & Wesson. I mean, there's things that would just get transferred right on over, and the old stuff would just go right back on to the Smith and Wesson, because I saved pretty much all of that other stuff that came off of it. I do still like if I don't get another AR, which I think sounds silly to say. Like I would like to have a hammer stock from Ace, but that's a freaking it's a $300 almost stock. It's thoroughly ridiculous. It's it may be the strongest aluminum collapsible stock that's made currently, but that also I don't know. Is that going to $289 or whatever they're asking for it? Nice. Sell it arms list and buy some hand guards. I think what I got on there right now is the UTG Super Slim lightweight aluminum, like 13-inch rail or a 13-inch handguard. It goes out pretty far. It was one that would actually fit with the A2 front post and go in front of it. That was one of the reasons that I bought it. Because I did not want to buy the Troy Delta. I didn't want to pay that much for the Troy Delta anyway. That's why. Or the Daniel Defense $400 or $500 handguard.
I know Faxon makes some good handguards right now. It's carbon fibers.
What are they asking for those, do you think?
I can't remember. I know when we did that Burgers and Guns shoot out there at that one range, Faxon was there and we was checking them out and everything. Man, you talk about lightweight.
Well, you hope so, carbon fiber. Or at least I would hope so.
It's an Ohio company too, so I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Faxon Arms. Learned about them. Started by Ralph. Really was one of the first ones I think on here that I ever like. I'd already watched videos or read about them or something like that, and then Ralph was talking about them at one point, and then We Like Shooting did a couple of videos with them, and then Eric from Iraq Veteran 8888 I think did a video, and then later did another video where like either the shit melted or something. Like I just remember there was a boo-boo for the Faxon, and then it made me totally, forget about them, so to speak. Because I'm like that. See, and that's the thing. Like, I like my A2, especially on the one that it's on. If I buy a different rifle in the future, I might get a low profile gas block at that time. But I was not about to ground it off, and I was not about to also change it out for anything with screws when it already had pins. I feel that sucker is pretty solid on there. But I've seen videos of people cutting it off and grounding it down, though.
Didn't DB just have that done?
Somebody in this chat has done a video or two on that, if I remember correctly.
Doing what?
Cutting the front A2 front sight down and then potentially grinding it down from there.
Oh, for putting it underneath of a handguard? Yeah, that's what you want to do.
Yeah. As opposed to getting a low profile with screws or anything else.
Correct. Everything else is garbage because it's not going to be pinned anymore. It's just going to be friction tight as much as you can hand tighten a screw, and then depending on if you can retighten it, underneath the handguard, depending on how it's built. Like you get that thing loose underneath the handguard, and you got to take the whole damn gun apart again to tighten it again.
True that.
All right,
That
well,
is also
this inspired me to try to make a bunch of money off people, suckers.
Okay.
So tomorrow right before
Okay.
the at 6:00 instead of the AK chat time, because Yankee was last week, right?
I think he was last week.
Yep, I'm gonna do this now. I'm gonna do like that Archie guy, except with guns.
I don't know who Archie guy
You don't remember
is that you're talking about.
No, DB.
Yeah,
Remember?
DB.
That guy paid some guy $20, I think, to tell him about his watches. You don't remember that? He fucking loves it.
Oh,
That guy goes,
well,
"What?"
sometimes you want shit to
Nope.
get appraised, especially if it's a commodity.
What?
Well, especially, DB, he was probably actually going to sell that watch, and he wanted to know what he could get for it. He wasn't probably planning on keeping it.
Oh no,
It's-
no. He
it's-
sent him a list of his collection, and the guy was like, "Your watches are shit. You need to get rid of all of this crap. Buy this one good one because it's what you can even get, and it's not crap." And then he was like, "This is
I
a
do remember that.
So I'm going to be like
I
that.
do remember that. Now the way you phrased it, yes, I do remember that.
Just being as polite as that guy, I won't have to be as polite because I'll get the money right then and there. So I don't have to be polite about it. I'll just be like,
You know, you got 2 thumbs up already, right? You do know that.
garbage. What kind of shit?
Thumbs up, bro.
I only got one.
It says 2 where I'm looking.
Oh no, now it says 2. All right, right on. Gotta promote the shit out of this. That could be a new thing. Every week, people will come up and try to present their guns to me, and I'll tell them if they did a good job or not. For a lot of money. For $500, I'll say you bought it.
So the first question is gonna be, what AK should I fucking buy? That is not a $2 question, motherfucker.
I could do that. I'll do that. I'll tell people for money. I mean, if they want to fucking tell me, then they'll, give me fucking 3 samples and I'll tell them. But, just to say fucking out of thin air, I'll just keep saying like, garbage shit you can't obtain. PKM, PKM, PKM. But anyway, I could do that too, I suppose. People really gave a shit about what I only figure I need like 1,000 people to give me $100 to tell them what their guns are like, and then I'll be good to go.
Well, then how about this? You got 152,000 subscribers. How about they all just give you $1? All of them.
They should fucking owe me $1, the way I see it. Fuckers. But no, there's no way for YouTube just to extort that $1 out of them, so I need to figure out a way to con them out of it $100. It's easier to con $1,100 than it is
I'm
to
telling you, it
150,000.
isn't even YouTube or AdSense, dude. It's Patreon. It's Patreon.
No, but I don't want to play around Patreon and piss people off. I don't care if I piss people off in the super chat.
Yeah,
Usually people
fair
don't.
enough. I love that you totally laid it out there, dude. Your feelings may well be hurt. And no one will be judged.
Oh,
But you
okay.
need to put an F in there. It needs to say for free as opposed to or free.
Some of these funds will go to get me a fucking keyboard. Eventually. Here we go. For free. Yeah. It's because my F is dead. I did fix my F. Originally, my F couldn't work, but I jammed a toothpick under it a shit ton of times. Now I can get an F to happen, but it doesn't click like a regular key. So I just go anywhere near the F and it happens. So it's just odd when you're typing.
Nice. This is a full. It's a fucking snowflake melting chat.
You got 3 thumbs up now.
Yeah.
That's
Turn this-
awesome.
You made that too soon. One of these fucking
Dude, I'm probably just gonna watch from the side and hopefully giggle out loud, dude. Because I got a feeling I'm gonna agree with some, I got a feeling I'm gonna disagree with some, and either way, it's gonna be damn entertaining. I love it, and you're not throwing any bullshit. I will judge your guns for money. There's no misunderstanding. You're not trying to sugarcoat it.
Yeah, people need sometimes to be eye opened, and I was just thinking there that like that I felt bad if you would have bought that thing under like while we were all chatting, because sometimes you got to go because somebody's all hot about something or they give a shit or they're getting paid by them, and what does it matter to me? I don't really care, but I usually stop short of like, yeah, spend hundreds of dollars on garbage, right? But there's a lot of things that I think are pointless that people buy, and now they can pay me and I'll tell them about it. Because in that kind of environment, it's not like you're just like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. Oh, you wear stupid looking shoes. That's just being a dick. But if somebody's like, here, I want your opinion and I'm paying for it, it's like going up to a gypsy, paying them money. Like some lady just tells you you're doomed to be an asshole. You can be like, hey, leave me alone, mean lady. But if you pay her $5 to tell you, as a gypsy, and look into a crystal ball or whatever, she tells you the same thing. You're like, ooh, thank you for the insight.
Right? I can be an asshole now.
Yeah, my
Because
God,
I'm supposed to be.
It's my destiny. Yeah, whatever. Huck was like, blah, blah, blah.
No, I hope there's a big turnout, dude. I really, really do, because I think this could be epic.
I only need like 100 people that was put like $100 down. That'd be like $1,000, right? No, that'd be $10,000. That's how much it would need. I mean, about 100 people throw $100 down. Maybe 50
I mean,
people.
you're talking about spending as much on a question as I did on my JP silent capture spring. You know that, right?
The money's worth different things to different people. There's could be like what's his name? That guy who was all the money.
That's true.
And then people that has all the money. They could do it anonymously. People could drop the money in anonymously, or maybe they can't. And then they could anonymously tell them like.
You mean as anonymous as having an avatar name and that's not their real name? You mean anonymous like that?
No, because they have to send their money as.
I mean, I will be upfront with you, dude. Island Z Survivor is not on my actual birth certificate.
You probably
I
don't
know
even
that may
have-
be shocking. Oh no, I was born.
you don't
I'm
have
not a figment of your imagination. I
You don't
promise.
have a Hawaiian birth certificate though.
No, I was not born in Hawaii.
So
I do have a Hawaiian driver's license though.
BMG to burn. I got tons of BMGs. I could burn one. I never thought about it. I don't know how to pull apart a 50. I don't think they fit in my hammer. I think that's one of my problems.
They should not fit in your hammer.
I might have one that I pulled apart. No, I don't remember. I should pull one apart though, just for shits and giggles, to put it next to like a 22 short and then burn them. I got my goggles, so I can burn the shit out of stuff. I've been lighting my cigarettes with my laser now because I got my goggles, so I can't burn my eyes out anymore. Pretty awesome. Oh, you suckers buy Bic lighters and whatnot. I just use.
I'm glad to hear that you're wearing the appropriate level of safety gear, G-Webs. Make me feel better.
It cost $10 off the Amazon. I had bought them, and you ever had this happen? You buy something, you put your money out there, you bought it, and then they're just like, nope, and then they give your money back, and you don't even know. So I'm sitting here waiting, like not lighting my cigarettes with a laser, and then I go over there to look, and then sure enough, it just said canceled. I'm like, what the fuck? So I had to order it again, and then it came through this time.
I've definitely had that happen. Usually there's an email at some point. I'm not saying that I check my email all the time.
Come on. I've got way too many emails to read emails. I guess there's probably like a couple of old people or like young kids that actually check all their emails every day. I don't even know how many email accounts I have. So how would I deal with all my emails? You can only put 6 or 7 into each Gmail account. So that means I can put like 21 emails into browsers easily.
Well, my problem was within 2 weeks or something like that. That's 1,000 freaking emails.
Oh, come on. Yeah. I don't, there's no way
So
to
I-
count emails come in. It's insane.
Yeah, for you, well, you're an important person, dude. I'm just a dude living out in the middle of the fucking Pacific Ocean. Let's just say the level of emails that I get and the level of emails that you get are going to be monumentally different.
Yeah. They have nothing to do with importance. They're just having a shit ton of things going on out there. You create tons of them.
Yes,
and-
I have found that to be, brother. Oh, my goodness.
You'll get, I don't know, you guys must get emails from networks, don't you? I get emails on every single YouTube account, and I must have, I don't even know how to count how many YouTube accounts I have, probably 24 or more. So each one of those is getting an email every once in a while just saying shit like, YouTube still exists, or like somebody watched your shit, or, join our network. There's no way to know.
You have a comment, or, yep.
Heavy, if you wanted to get your pay to have your guns judged, you're about 19 hours early. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably wouldn't get my guns judged too highly anyway.
Well, find out tomorrow and pay a lot of money for it. The more money you spend, the sooner I will judge them. Not the better. I'll judge them.
Well, that's very generous of you.
Yeah, right. It isn't. It's
Like,
not
if somebody-
necessarily the level of the judging, just the speediness.
Yeah, like let's say I'm
Like
judging
that.
somebody $3, and then somebody comes along with $5. I'll stop the $3 one and start the $5 one just because they paid more. It's capitalism.
So how does that
Okay,
super chat work? Where's the money come from?
What?
How does that super chat work? I mean, where did they take the money out of?
Suckers put their money in, and then you get it.
I mean,
they pull it from a credit card.
So, like,
oh, okay.
yeah, like,
You put it
dude,
in a card.
yeah.
When you do
I
it,
was
you
just
put it in
gonna.
a credit card. Right then, you can't. It doesn't just come from your Google account or anything. Like you have to put a credit card every time too. It's annoying.
Like, there's a little button next to your comment area when you're watching it on YouTube, right? And then basically you push that, and then it takes you into this little sub menu where you dictate how much, and then depending on how much you do, dictates either if you can put a message, how long of a message, and then also how long the message will stay up in the chat. So all of those things are conditional on the amount of money that you super chat. It's pretty amazing. But, G-Webs, if you get your video dinged, you don't want to do that. Don't get your video dinged. Don't do anything too crazy.
That's a good
Well,
point.
hold on a second. That
don't ever-
doesn't necessarily. We haven't got a confirmation whether that actually negatively affects your super chat or not.
Yankee said.
Well,
it-
Smeggy said he never... What's that?
Are you talking about like how Yankee's talking about it?
No, I'm
I-
talking about
I
how,
just-
like, Smeggy said that he didn't get a refund on his shit
On his shit for what?
because he super chatted Yankee.
Well, of course not. Why would they give Smeggy his money back?
Well, but didn't Yankee say that the super chat was part of the money included on the demonetization?
Yeah, but Yankee's the one that fucked it up. You don't. I mean, that was an exchange between Yankee and Smeggy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is YouTube took Smeggy's money.
Of course, they took it for Yankee, and then Yankee decided to throw it away. But
Oh, I see what angle you're saying. You're coming from. I see what you're saying.
It's not like they brokered a bunch of independent things and then said, "Oh, well, it turns out this guy's a racist, so here's all your racist money back." No, they went through and did their interaction, and then it says all over there they're not getting a refund no matter what. And
I did remember that. I thought I did remember that.
What did Yankee get hit for?
He's talking shit about Muslims.
Oh God.
Same with Matt. That's what he said he got banged for too. Is whenever his videos talk about Muslims or whatever. But they
It pretty much is the first to go.
or whatever. They say weird shit like that. So actually, shit.
So, like,
Well,
if
let's
you're-
quit saying that then.
If he were to be like, well, no, because it was probably, I don't know.
I'm
man.
just saying, Pink's in here. At least wait for Pink not to be in here to fucking submarine his channel, okay?
No,
Bastards.
and, nobody's listening to anybody's chat, so that probably would have been a robot that would hear me say something like that.
Well, I'm just waiting for you to fucking start playing Name That Tune and get him shut down, you jerk.
Well,
No, all it does is demonetize, or it gives the money to whoever files a claim on it.
All right. Cool.
But if you super chat and then get demonetized for copyright, I hope they don't give that money to the fucker who's.
Why wouldn't they? Just like you just said, right? The contract had already been entered into, or what have you.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Now, if that's the case, would it be worth it to get some super chatted money taken, but be able to have a killer soundtrack, and
No.
then just make up all the money on Patreon?
No, because people give you straight money on that. People, I don't know, give them $10, right? So nobody gives you $10 on Patreon.
Well, maybe not right now.
That's true.
I think it's a convenience factor. Like if there was a link like that, well, I mean, you can put a link to Patreon.
you are
but,
on
I
it.
mean, like,
Heavy. If there was a super chat button for fucking Patreon, bro, like literally as I'm watching the chat and I could just throw a couple of bucks your way. Are you kidding? Did we just invent something?
No, because they already have that. That's exactly what Super Chat is. It's like that impulse buy. Like, oh,
Yeah, but I'm saying we need to do one that goes through like Patreon or something else that's creator conducive.
no, I don't know.
can't you put like one of those I see videos where they have like little screens of other videos and links and stuff in the feed. Now, is that something you have to add in afterward? You can't do that live.
No, that's like with okay, so for example, I was watching a comic book channel the other day and they were doing the review or it was the Justice League trailer, right? So it was their impressions as they watched the Justice League trailer. So literally there's a little screen at the lower third, and it's literally the Justice League trailer, right? And then the other 2/3 of the screen is like them basically looking at the computer and responding to what you're actually seeing is what they're watching. So now I don't know if they can monetize that video as creators. So therefore they don't worry about that for that specific video. They just go through it as if, like I said, because I know their Patreon is episodic. So they're getting paid per episode that they put out. So they would get their Patreon money anyway and not get dinged for a copyright infringement, I believe, as a fair use clause because they did not monetize their video.
Well, a lot of times people will sit there and invert the video to where
To flip flop it side to side, right?
Yeah, flip flop it. That way they say it's not the original.
Right, and sometimes it has to be a third or 20% or something like that has to be changed for it to be different.
I also thought if they were stating that they're reviewing something that they could.
Well, and that's part of the thing. They're reviewing it
and
and using the fair use clause. The fair use clause, I think is what it's called. And sometimes they have to state that literally in their description of the video, up at top, right below where the video is, and it's got that little, description of the video or what have you. Usually they put that in there just as a reminder to anybody that's getting butthurt that, like, look, no, literally, I can do this. This is legal. And sometimes they even put in due to, Section 9C, bloody, 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 with a link even sometimes. For the fair use clause itself.
Well, they'll still hit them too. I mean, because I watch a lot of like anime videos and stuff like that. where they're review or showing like top 10 animes or something like that, and they still get dinged on some of that stuff.
Right, because somebody's going to try and fight. Some companies don't want any of their stuff that's licensed to them to be used, and they don't agree with the fair use clause, and they can try and fight it. And then usually, though, depending on, I guess, how YouTube's feeling or how much pressure the outside company puts on them, that could be another thing. Like if you had somebody huge like Disney all of a sudden came in with all their money and started pressuring YouTube to be like, hey, this motherfucker right here is showing Pocahontas as a fucking review, and you need to shut that shit down or we're fucking crushing you. We're suing the shit out of you. And then YouTube could say, well, it's a fair use thing. And Disney could just turn around and say, I don't give a fucking Mickey Mouse fuck. Right? I mean, technically, couldn't that happen that way? Ish?
That could happen. That could happen.
I mean, maybe not with the Mickey Mouse fuck part, but
well, I don't see why not. I mean, they own it. They could use whatever they want with it. So
see, that's exactly it, you know. Now, maybe if you put Mickey Mouse instead of a black and white tux with red pants and yellow buttons, if you maybe put him as a white and black mouse with yellow shorts and red buttons, you know, all of a sudden, you know, did you change it enough?
no, that's going to be a no because they've probably shown Mickey Mouse in every variation possibly thought of.
And you're right. Disney may have actually done that, or at least so many different variations that they can extrapolate that. No, that's just nope. That's this one, or that's this one, or that's this one.
I think pretty much you'd have to change the face of Mickey Mouse. Like literally, you'd fuck with everything else, but leave the face the same, and be like, "That's fucking Mickey Mouse," and everybody's gonna go, "Well, yeah, that's Mickey Mouse." But if you fucked with the face and someone called him, you know,
Mikey
Mousy
Mouse.
Mike, you know, Mousy Mike or some shit, then they could go, now you're pushing it, fucker.
Ricky Rat.
Ricky Rat. There you go.
No, look, he's got teeth and shit, and he looks all swarthy and untrustworthy. You would not take your kids to Ricky Rat's theme park, let me tell you.
Actually, nowadays people might. With all the zombie apocalypse shit going around, people might do that.
You could be onto something. Did we
And
just invent something?
I think we might have.
We need to get paid, Heavy.
I agree. Now all we have to do is find a way to get paid, and we're there.
Because I don't have 1,000 subs on the Island Z Survivor channel, so there will be no super chats in the new future for me.
I got barely over 10% of that, so it's like I'm sitting there like 100.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. I might have 100. I know that I have more Instagram followers than I do YouTube followers or YouTube subscribers.
Yeah, me too. I think I've got like 145 or 150,000 followers on Instagram, or not 50,000, 150 followers on Instagram, where I've got like 115 subs on YouTube.
I need to start making videos again. Not that I ever really made videos already. I mean, I don't even host chats anymore. I'm such a piss poor content creator.
No, you host chats. You're on the Daily Gun Show every day. You're one of the hosts.
I am a passenger on the bus that is Daily Gun Show.
How's Pinky go?
He's trying to make up his mind whether he wants to be here or not.
Yeah, he's like, fuck this, I'm gonna go super chat.
Right?
Then
Fuck
he goes,
y'all.
"Oh, well, okay, I'll go back."
How badass will it be when Gun Channels is to the point where the lobbies are 1,000 members strong, 1,000 subscribers strong, and people are just like dropping super chat money in here all the time?
That would be
That would
pretty
fucking
sweet.
awesome.
Thanks
We
for
probably
watching.
need to get Pink a subscriber push then, just like Matt was doing for Night Strike. We need to get a Pink Panther lobby push subscribership. Ship.
Yeah, do some sort of like encouragement to like drop a, well, whatever the modern version of a video response would be, like a shout out video to the lobby channel
Let's see.
so that Pink can find you and then send you back and then put all those in a podcast or in a playlist.
Dang. Yes, Island Z Survivor has 3 subs on one channel and 157 on the other Island Z Survivor. It's got a ways to go, just like you, Debbie.
Testing.
You're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. That was
You
weird.
still sound like you.
And the proper way to do it is testes, 1, 2. Testes, 1, 2. Just saying.
All right,
I
Pink
don't know
is
about
just
those- all
shy
those
of
one-
300. He's at 289. Pink's lobby room. We need to get that boosted up. I like what G's thinking. We could super chat Pink's lobby. Just start spamming that shit.
I just said happy birthday to Amit on Facebook.
Oh yeah.
That was yesterday. Probably 2
Uh,
days.
I think it was.
Probably. But I still said happy birthday.
Yeah, where has he been?
Busy living, as far as I know.
Defending his country from the Muslims.
Freaking, he was doing an early chat
Just
every
keep
once in a while,
pushing it,
but
dude.
he was doing like the early watch every once in a while. But I don't know. I'm hardly around the early watch anymore. So
Well, I just showed everybody what super chat is. So now, a bunch of the other people start doing super chats probably. You would think that primary, secondary, they do theirs on YouTube, right?
I don't think. Yes,
You would think they
man, it would be a
Oh.
great way to get in there.
especially when, or like that one guy, Super Cop or whatever, does the chats where he answers questions to people on Facebook. Waste of time. You could do it on there, and then the questions would stick up there,
What?
and he'd paid a couple bucks. What's that guy's name? Super Cop or
Sheriff of Baghdad.
yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's not an actual sheriff, right? And
No,
he
I know.
technically don't live in Baghdad, right?
It had something to do with police. I remember.
But he's a firearms training instructor. Like former Ranger, former Delta Force, former fucking super badass. Actually, probably wouldn't say former on the last one. He's still pretty badass. I think he was just on TV on what the fuck was the show? Kicking and Screaming or something like that. Kind of like a Survivor show. But yeah, I don't even know if he necessarily has a YouTube channel, to be honest with you.
SOBD.
SOB, yeah. Actually, he probably does. He has to have one. What am I thinking?
I don't know. He may not, because Facebook Live, I think those people just end up doing from their phones. That's why it's easy for them to deal with. But they should figure out you can do YouTube Live from your phone too.
Well, maybe over time that'll be something that he'll get into, which would be cool.
But some of those guys like the Facebook, like they're comfortable with it or whatever, and they do it. So
Seems pretty easy, man. Or at least for what they're looking to do, because I know, what is it? McPhee started doing it. That's the sheriff of Baghdad, John McPhee. That's that guy. And then Larry Vickers started doing a Facebook Live thing. Last week, fucking Clint Smith did a freaking Facebook Live.
Why no Tech? Doesn't he? He does it every week, doesn't he?
He might.
He probably would. He likes
He does the Facebook Live along with his Gun News Weekly show. And then last week, Marco did Instagram while he was there. Instagram Live, whatever.
Yeah, I do Instagram Lives, but they're a waste of time. I figured out at least you can save them so that they become a video, but they look garbage. They look like shit. At least what I do with them, I just point them at the screen. If I was somewhere. But you can only run them for an hour, too. There's probably something to be said if it would look good, but you know what? You can't even video. So I would still use YouTube on the phone. Because if you go to YouTube Live and start it, it will give you an audience. It'll let you see their comments, and it'll let you focus and zoom and shit like that. Where none of the other ones will let you focus and zoom when you're live. And that's pretty handy. Like I just filmed a shitty Instagram one right now, and it's all shitty because it wouldn't zoom good because the thing was so close. Or I mean, it wouldn't focus good.
Yeah, you got the screen. What do you call that? Where you're taking a picture of a screen, computer screen, and it shows that the wavelengths or whatever in it.
Yeah, and also it just doesn't focus good because I don't know. It's trying to focus on I don't know what it's trying to focus on, but it doesn't. It never focuses on the screen part. We're trying to focus on what's on the screen, I guess, and not the actual screen itself. I've never actually seen any of I think the YouTube money just comes in at the end of the month. So I don't know what they do if you fucked around, got your super chat money, and then they figured out after the fact, like, hey, wait a minute. Like, I guess they would just not pay you next time around whenever they were gonna. Or else they would write you a bill and say, give us our money back. Or maybe if they wait until after it's paid, then they don't have any claim to it anymore. Like, then they figure there's no way they can pull it back.
Or they just send you a negative.
Well, they could just put you on a negative, yeah, and then until you made more money doing something else with them, they just take it out of that until you paid it off. I don't think it's been around long enough for any of us to see it go anywhere, and I don't think it would even tell us if it went anywhere, though. Like if it was something else, what's something else? Like, well, like Patreon just collects a bunch of like pledges and then charges everybody at one time, I think. But like Indiegogo, I think everybody, like whenever you buy a patch on Indiegogo, it immediately charges you, right?
Yeah.
And then I think they hold on to that, and then at the end they pay you, like pay the person who you're paying. So that one they could potentially just give you back your money and not pay me. But like I say, if they did that with Google Super Chat, then they'd have to have some kind of buffer for copyright or something. You know what I mean? If they paid me right away after Super Chat and then they found out there was a copyright claim, they wouldn't have any money to hold.
Like you said before, the Super Chat is different though, right? I mean, there's not really any copyright. I mean, like if somebody comes by a month later and copyrights or does a copyright claim on the video, it shouldn't affect the Super Chat though.
Well, yeah, but Yankee said that they took his super chat money. Like when I go look at my YouTube stats or whatever, it'll tell me like what video. Like if somebody gave me $10 on super chat, it tells me what video they gave it to me on. So I'm assuming on Yankees they went in and removed that video and then took all those super chat monies that had to do with that video. He gets a lot more money than I do, I think. Like a lot more per video or something. It's got like 800 people watching.
These are all problems I don't have to worry about because, well, when I don't have the subscribers too, I don't monetize.
You don't monetize at all?
No. Couple reasons. One, I don't know how to do it. And two, even if I did, I don't know if I'd want to because that way I have to worry about what I say or what people on my chat say.
I don't know about
mean-
that. I made 4,000 something videos and I've never worried too much about it. I guess I don't have any interest in saying shit about Muslims, so that's never come up. But that's the only thing I can think of that's come up. I mean, Matt's on all kinds of fuck you videos, on all kinds of weird things. They never took his money before. Yankee probably has too, actually.
Yeah, I guess I could monetize. But yeah, I'm at too small. I mean, maybe if I get up to like 1,000 subs, I'll consider it.
Well, actually, I think you have to have some amount anyway before you can monetize. Like, but it's like 100 or something.
Well, I got just over 100, so I mean, they've given me the option to.
Gun show, and that didn't have very many when we did it.
I mean, they've been giving me the option to monetize it since I've had like forever. I just never did. I never gone in and figured out how to do it. So
Throwing money away. Just like somebody walks up to you and is like, "Can I give you some money?" Like instead of like the anti-bum. So instead of like asking for money, they're like, "Hey, can we give you a couple of cents?" And you're like, "Nope, not interested. I don't know how to reach my hand out. I'm not taking it." Can I slip in your pocket for you? Nope. Won't accept it.
I just don't. I don't know. Maybe I just don't think people should pay. But I am up to $6 a month on Patreon now.
Nobody's- well, that's somebody's actually paying you. But
Yeah, it's
that's
Gamma
some
Ballistics
advertisers
and Never Enough Ammo.
in front of your time. And then somebody's making that. Google's like, yeah, don't monetize. Go ahead and don't monetize. It's great for us because they keep all that money. That's what I'm saying. It's like we're losing it because they're taking it no matter what.
Well, then maybe I should monetize. I think you've convinced me, G-Webs.
Nothing else. It just sits there until I think that the $100 threshold and they send you another check. So even if it's just a check out of the blue every once in a while for $110, better than kicking ass.
How does that work on taxes?
They send you, once you hit the whatever threshold, they'll send you a 1099. And you're a contractor of theirs.
Okay. That's what I've always been curious about is
They don't take any of the taxes, of course. It's up to you to take your own taxes out. But
okay.
whenever I don't know, it is $300 probably or something.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it was freaking. I'd probably wait 10 years to get a $100 check. So
Well, it doesn't matter. It's mainly just the principle of the thing. Like, say, they're still going to run ads on your shit, even if you don't get monetized. They're still going to be putting ads there. So you might as well have that go into your, at least a portion of it, or whatever it is. 80% goes into your pocket, I think. So
I have never seen ads on my thing, on any of my shows. But then again, it doesn't mean they're not there.
Well,
Are
yeah,
you talking about like?
when they're not going to happen when you're live. They're going to happen after as they turn into a video. I guess I don't know, but I'm assuming they always put video ads on. They don't run videos without ads anywhere, do they?
I don't know.
Huh?
I guess I'll have to monetize. See if I can get some money out of them. Couldn't hurt. What's it gonna do? I mean, what are you gonna do? Tell me not to. We're gonna demonetize this video. You're gonna make what? A penny? It's like, I think
Man, what's 100 pennies, dude? It's the dollar. It's $100.
It adds up.
Fucking Franklin.
So I'm going to click on one of your videos. Get to the 11-second mark. All right, maybe there is no video ads on your videos.
Click more than one.
Oh no, because I don't monetize, so I don't see why they would put video ads on my videos.
Their energy and time and bandwidth to put your video out. So I thought they would just monetize everything that gets sent out. But no, there's no ads running on your shit. I guess
We'll conduct an experiment. I'll monetize my videos, and then if I were to decide to monetize it now, would that make them? Would I go retroactive or just anything from here forward?
From here forward.
No. You can, once you're monetized, you can go in there and click select all, and then edit, and then monetize them all, and then everything you've ever done will be monetized.
Yep.
Yeah, but he doesn't get any money unless they watch that old video, though, right?
Well, of course, yeah. It'll be potential to be monetized.
Yeah, the monetization only goes from forward, but he can monetize all his old videos.
I thought you meant like will only the new ones be eligible. You'll be able to monetize everything, but then from the moment you're monetized, from that point on, anybody that watches your shit, once you put the ads on it, they start raping them, and they'll start having to pay you.
Well, let's conduct an experiment. I'll go turn on my monetization thing now. So I would go to my channel and then settings, right?
Probably.
Well, what do you call it? Video Manager Console or something like that?
Dashboard?
No.
Yep, that's it.
Is it dashboard? No. The one that says
Because then you should be able to pull up all your videos, and then it just shows if it's got a dollar sign next to each one or not, right?
one channel is where you get your list of your status.
Go to channel? Okay.
And then you've got status and features there, and you'll have monetization either enabled or not.
Okay, it's status. So I click on status and features. Oh no, it'll show. Okay. It's got a happy face, green. See, status. It's actually.
It's one of those blocks says monetization.
I'm looking for it.
Doesn't he also have to set up an AdSense account too?
Well, it'll tell you there,
Okay.
like what your status is where you're at.
Okay. It says learn more, so I have obviously not done it.
Does it say eligible?
Let's see. If it's, actually, let me go back because it just says monetization. Learn more. Become a partner through monetizing by displaying ads on all your videos. Learn more. This is eligible.
There you go.
It's right underneath it. And enable. Okay. Okay. Get started. Let's see. YouTube. Enable. Let's see. Emails, updates. Read and agree. Opt in any content for which I do not possess sufficient rights. Okay. Go to accept. Enable your account for monetization. Set up AdSense. Yeah, I do have to set up an AdSense. So we'll do that right now. Okay. So let's see.
One day when the new Hickok 45 is heavy, we'll be able to be like, we were sitting in the live chat when he fucking turned that shit on.
Man,
Yeah,
I knew him when.
I knew him.
Knew him before he made Goo Goo Bunny.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Now I'm gonna actually type in my real name here.
That'd be a good idea.
I'll
Probably
make Heavy B. Be kind of hard to cash a check for Heavy B.
Big Red.
Heavy B. Heavy B. Remember that always.
Chest Rockwell with 2 Ks.
No, I don't think so. Okay. Oh, it's not a domain name, dumbass. There we go. Let's see. Oh, for birthday, they only let you put in your month. Oh, well, interesting. Oh, no, there you go. This stuff is so light, it's hard for me to see. I guess maybe if I adjusted my screen.
Knives is in here now.
Our research assistant. What up, Knives?
It's Z.
How you doing, man?
Chilling. Just got back from the bar.
All right. Right on.
We're not tonight.
Making Heavy some money.
It's a nice mellow evening. Right?
Yeah.
Trying to convince Heavy to make some of that YouTube money, you know. Just giving it away.
Like a super chat?
He's getting there. He's about a third of the way there.
Baby steps. Baby steps.
Like you said earlier, how do you eat an elephant?
I can't seem to remember my Google password.
Yeah, I forgot mine too.
That sucks. But you can get it sent email, but whatever. Or at least the reset of it. You knew that.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to remember how I typed it in last.
Can't imagine what it's got to be like for G-Webs to have 27,000 fucking sites and probably got to have 27,000 fucking passwords.
Just use the same one. 0000000.
See, and I did it the hard way. I just typed in password 1.
It's too many letters. I won't have to remember that one.
Well, see, I get the one. The P is uppercase, right? And one of the S's is a dollar sign. So I kind of get the alphanumeric and the sign all in one.
Boobs 1, 2, 3.
That's got to be the easy one.
Beer.
Nobody will guess that. I mean, if you have 1, 2, 3, you might as well have cat and or dog potentially as the password, right? It's in the same ballpark.
We had a cat trapped in here earlier. Turned out it was a cat.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Huh?
Just go wandering in. I closed the door so the dog wouldn't keep going out, and then the cat was stuck in here, making a nuisance.
But I mean, how did the if you don't have cats, how did the cat get inside in the first place? Oh, the door was open.
I just wandered in, I guess. Bored. Looking
And your
around.
dog didn't attempt to just eat it like a little fluffy snack?
He didn't even know it
Oh,
was
well,
there.
that's good.
Figured it out, and then he was just looking at it.
He's a very well-behaved young man, or very well-behaved dog.
Yeah, he don't have any interest in killing things. Except for Nazis.
Well, sometimes they ain't interested in killing as much as they're interested in playing. If death happens after the playing, well, that wasn't the intention. That just ends up being the end result.
Now, if it was a Nazi cat, that
You mean a commie cat? If it was a commie cat, that's totally different.
it's hard to believe that there's that much of a cat problem where G lives. That cats just wander in and out of his house all the time.
These two were like buddies, and they just like hung out here. You got a van to live under now.
Oh, I thought they were undocumented cats. They came here illegally.
Could have. They just live in the area. Like I said, they probably live underneath my van now.
Like feral or what have you, or strays, or somebody's just neighbor's cat.
Hard to say. Yeah, it could just be somebody's cat. They're just always around.
Some combination of the three.
Watch
I'm
out.
sure a lot of people, like, I'll just take, if there's a cat that hangs out in the yard, I just feed it every once in a while and, look at it, make sure it's all right.
Yep, that happens out here a lot. But then again, there are a lot of feral cats out here. The two that I ended up saving, they were feral cats. They're fucking killers. They ain't your typical house cat.
Yes.
If they were about 15 to 20 pounds heavier, they'd probably attempt to kill me in my sleep. I ain't gonna lie. They'd get all froggy. They'd jump. At least the dog would have good. What's that?
We just wanted to come in and say thank you for saving us from death before we killed you and ate you.
Yes, because that's what I was just gonna say. At least a dog would, number one, feel bad and miss me, and maybe eat me to survive. Maybe. Whereas a cat is not going to have any compunction about that whatsoever. Not even a little bit. Especially these ones that were feral. Like I said, if it moves, they kill it, and sometimes they kill it and eat it, and sometimes they just kill it. When they were younger, I'd seen them take a bird just getting up on flight, basically, and they jumped up and grabbed one of those fuckers out of the air. I've seen them whack sitting birds, all kinds of bugs, all kinds of and sizes of lizards, let alone a fucking mouse or a rat. Which, technically, the last part, that's part of their fucking job description. So I've never been bad when they do that, or mad when they do that. I just don't like it when they try and bring them in the house and then let them go for fun. That's not so cool. Usually, if I see them coming and they're carrying it in their mouth, I usually have a tendency to make sure I shut the door right away. Because like G-Webs, it's usually so freaking hot here. That door is pretty much wide. If I'm conscious and working or what have you, the door's open. It's just too fucking hot.
G-Webs, should I do like for account type, individual or business?
Well, if you're an individual, do it that way. And they don't want this info if you have a business.
All right.
But
That's what I figured.
You should have a business. Everybody should.
I do not.
We're capitalists.
Yeah, the one female cat I had, she was a hell of a mouser. Now the male cat I had, he was a ex-feral cat, but he had no interest in mice.
Couldn't be bothered.
Yep, couldn't be
Somewhat
bothered.
aloof. Yep. All this time out here, haven't really hardly ever lived in a place where you could even have a dog. Out of the 22 years that I've been here, the only ever time that I lived in a place where I could have a dog, one of the other roommates had a dog, so I never ended up getting a dog. Which sucks, because I love dogs. I'm a dog person. But the rental market is unkind to dog owners out here. Somewhat either non-existent or uber expensive.
They charge you $500.
Sure, you can have a dog. Rent's 24. Well, shit. I saw one the other day. I think it was a 2-bedroom, bath. Nice, really nice place. You could have a dog, but it was like $2,500 a month.
Oh shit!
Let's just say I didn't run right out and sign up for that one. It's only a matter of time, dude. I'm gonna end up priced out of being here unless there's a complete reevaluation of both the job and expenditures. I bet it's probably within the next 3 to 5 years at the latest.
You want to come down here with me?
Dude, I am not moving to California. No offense to anybody that lives in California. All those crazy fuckers that are left there, they moved over here, dude, and they're ruining it. They need to knock it the fuck off.
You're going to lose it pretty soon.
Yeah. We'll see how that works out.
I don't know if this is good. It says my AdSense application is being reviewed.
Yep, that's good.
Yep.
So they're probably going to send you like 2 cents and then a nickel. And then they're going to say verify, whenever you get your account set up, they'll make you verify that whatever they sent you. And then that's free money. You get to keep it. And then you're all set up.
Oh, right on.
You the band.
Keep the nickel.
Sometimes they
Still to be a baller. What?
they'd send 25 cents back in the day. I think it was Gunbroker would send you like 26 cents and then 27 cents. It's like, fuck, you just did enough email addresses, make some serious money off a Gunbroker just setting up accounts. Just go to the bank. I need a new bank account. Okay, I want to cancel my bank accounts. I need new bank accounts. Can you give me like 3 new bank accounts today? I want to make 75 cents.
Nice.
Hello.
You're
You guys there?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Because it all got quiet, like it froze or some shit.
That's the way mine's been doing.
What on earth is a pineapple whip?
Oh, speaking of that, you ever heard of pomegranates?
Absolutely.
So they got this
They're
pomegranate
great
juice.
and antioxidant. Yeah. Palm to wonderful or whatever, right?
Yeah. So those little bottles that look like snowmen or gourds or something. And you can buy that stuff with coconut water mixed with the pomegranate juice. And then I've seen it now with pineapple juice mixed with the pomegranate juice. So I took some of that and I mixed it into this macadamia nut juice I got. So about 50-50 macadamia milk and then 50% pomegranate pineapple. That's fucking delicious. I just like poured them into each other so they look like tie-dye or something, like they weren't mixed completely. It's fucking delicious.
Nice.
How much that cost? Less than $2.
Yeah, because you got
Nice.
the cheapest freaking dollar store bullshit I ever heard of.
Mm-hmm. I probably get like 3 or 4 of them drinks.
I'm not bitter or anything, by the way, just so you know.
Enjoying it even more, knowing that other people can't get it. It's one thing to be healthy, but knowing you're healthy at the expense of others is even sweeter.
Yeah.
Knowing that there's somebody who's going unhealthy because they can't get the kind of.
And I would never wish you to choke on it at any point in time either. Just know that, G-Webs.
Delicious to choke on.
Ah.
It goes down too smoothly.
All right. So, like, are they going to send me emails or something saying
Well, I don't know
here's
about
some money?
last time I sent up or set up that thing. It was like 97 or 98. So it's been a while.
Oh, okay.
I think it takes a couple days. You just gotta check your account when you see.
Oh, the pending part? Yes, you're correct. It can take up to a phase even.
Oh, all right. Cool. So it's not going to happen right away. Cool. Well, I'm on my way to conducting our experiment to see if they will, I don't know.
3 weeks from now, Heavy's going to be retired on YouTube.
Yeah, right.
Money.
Before.
I don't know. First time monetizing. We'll see what happens.
Here's what you do. First, as soon as you get that monetized, go find that. What's his face? That guy's name. That rich guy who plays poker all the time.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple of them.
The guy was on Instagram all the time.
Bronson or some bullshit.
No, the guy with the guns?
Bliznarian, some shit. Bliznarian or.
Well, yeah, Dan Blazarian.
Go find that guy.
Dan
'Cause he
Blazarian.
in LA. Just fucking punch him. Knock his ass out. And then people will be like, damn, who's this guy? And they go look at your YouTube and be like, boom, YouTube money right there. Plus, you get the satisfaction of knocking that guy out. He's pumped.
I'll keep
You
that in
might
mind.
be on to something. You might be right.
Hey, BB, like, touch my ass.
All right, so Heavy, check it out, dude. Like, I haven't even made a video in probably over a year, right? And let's see, what does it say? My estimated revenue is $9. My estimated ad revenue is $8.75. My YouTube Red revenue, which I don't even know how I have fucking YouTube Red revenue, is 36 cents.
That's from people
Like
that
I said, I haven't.
ads and they turn on YouTube Red instead. They just pay YouTube, and then YouTube will still keep track of what they're looking at, and then you'll get a slight percentage of whatever they're paying. So that's people that are still watching your shit, but they're not seeing ads, and you're still getting paid.
See, yeah. So I have YouTube.
We're not supposed to talk about that. So that was money. Now you're not going to have any of that money, because they're going to take it all back because you talked about it.
Yeah, they're gonna take all of that. I'm probably gonna owe them $10 in the end.
Good.
Man, I need to set up a Patreon, man.
First rule of YouTube revenue: don't talk about YouTube revenue.
I think a lot of people get that YouTube
No, because-
Red. That way they can turn their phone screen off and still listen to the video.
Oh, so not just for the ads as much as
Nice.
Yeah, because I think DB got it. He that way he can have his phone in his pocket with the screen turned off and still be listening to videos.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do at work. I got playlists, and I just plug it in and turn on the music or whatever playlist I hit, and then.
Well, I don't mean music. I mean actual YouTube videos.
Oh, no, that's
these
what I mean.
guys.
That's all my music or YouTube videos, and I also download podcasts and stuff like that. And then I go, like I have a playlist that says podcasts, and I will go to that, and I will pick one, and I will play it. So anything I download, all I gotta do is sync it to my offline playlist, and then I can listen to them anytime I want. So yeah, it's like $10 a month to do that. So I do that.
I could revive the night shift, but that fucking shit is late. That's too late. That's way past my bedtime.
Was it like 8 o'clock there?
Dude, it's 8:37 right now. 5:20 in the morning comes pretty early, man. I'll probably be up for another hour and a half at the most. That 5:20 is 7 days a week, my friend.
Yep.
That shit don't ever get any later. Granted, it's by choice or whatever, so I don't feel bad for myself. I just feel tired every once in a while. That was awesome, G, when you found that the quote in Matt's chat.
Yeah, that took forever because I thought he was yelling at Desardi, but he was yelling at just some person in the text, so it took forever to find it. But now it's out there. I put it on Poco Ghibli, so if anybody ever needs it, it's just on Poco Ghibli now.
Nice. Poco Ghibli has its own webpage or own YouTube channel?
Not on the YouTube channel. I didn't bother with that. It's just a website.
All right. Good to know.
All right, well, if you're taking off, I think I'm going to take off as well and go fill around in the other room. So I doubt anybody will be back by the time I'm back, but I'll probably leave it open.
There you go, Flight Chat.
Again. What?
I just posted the Poco Ghibli.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, just for you guys
Poco Ghibli
on Instagram. I don't know if you guys follow, but Just Girls Motivation _ is a pretty badass one to check out.
What, on the Instagram?
Yeah. Just Girls Motivation, all one word, _ after that, and it's a bunch of hot chicks in like bikinis and shit.
Hey, you catch a Poco Ghibli? I mean, look better if you did it in a Dunkin' Donuts way.
Probably. I didn't put a heck of a lot of thought into that one. There's only like 15 pictures on here, dude.
I saw.
Tongue stud.
I'm imagining that they're going to be adding more in the future. So,
have you checked out G.I. Jane's?
Oh yeah, dude. I got Curves and Combat boots, G.I. Jane's, followed and following multiple channels like that. Like there's one chick who just started following me. Julie Does Survival. She's like she's obviously a survivalist type person, but the picture is of a hot blonde, so there's actually nothing on there except for a website link. So, and it's not one of those fucking porn things either. I blocked those sons of bitches. Last thing I want to see on my fucking Instagram. But yeah, looks like clickbait. I'm gonna have to unfollow.
Yeah, some of them I can't figure out what they're doing. I figure they set them up and they don't do anything bad now, and then they let it cook, right? They let people subscribe to it, like, oh, there's nothing bad about this, and then they wait 6 months, and then they turn their click crap on, and then it looks like they've got a bunch of numbers. At least that's my.
Dude, this chick's got the fucking scam down. Picture of a hot blonde. It says Julie Does Survival. Hello, I love guns, all that shit. 0 post, 813 subscribers. Or followers.
Yep. That's exactly how that works.
But she's following 2,830 places, including mine. So
that's what I mean. So then they can basically build that up, get actual numbers like that, and then switch the picture and switch the name and switch the URL, switch everything. So now it looks like a legitimate thing existed.
They just carried it over or whatever.
Yeah, like they can just switch it to whatever. So that's a way to do it, I suppose. And you could do that for clients. And you could have a couple of those set up, just sitting out there cooking. And then you bring some client on board and go, oh, okay, you want a site with this many numbers, this many whatever. So then you just go find, how long that takes you to do it, charge them, flip them over to their name, done. I'm just waiting for the right Windbreaker store, and then I'm going to snag that account from Marco. There you go. Put your Windbreakers on here. Windbreakers have 300 and something thousand subs. All those subs will be like, the fuck? And then they're like, all Windbreakers all the time.
All day, all night with the Windbreakers.
What's scary is I found somebody the other day just browsing or surfing around on there who's just some kid who's like as crazy about Marco as about them stupid shoes, except about some other kind of dumb shoes, like GC, whatever GC means, Guccio Cavani or something. And had like the whole site, their whole like thing, shit tons of pictures. It was just like the guy holding his shoes in front of stuff. Like, here's me holding my shoes in front of a lake. Here's me holding my shoes in front of a fire extinguisher. Here's me holding my shoes like next to a skateboard. Here's me holding my shoes at the airport. Here's me holding my shoes at a restaurant.
Yeah, you'd be amazed how many people are out there after those shoes. I mean, see
But that means that each kind of shoe has shoe people. And probably multiple shoe people. Crazy. Except they probably say the same thing about gun. Look at Chris. He's out there like, here's the mountains in my gun. Here's the hillside in my gun. Here's like some cool rock outcropping in my gun. And those are cool pictures. But somebody's out there going like, why does he put his gun in all these pictures?
I noticed, like, when I just took pictures of the mountains around my house with clouds on them or whatever, I started getting a lot of, like, follows right after that.
Yep.
I was like, oh, cool.
Skylines and shit, you mean? Like sunsets and nature?
Yeah, well, the one I can think of, the one that started it all off was, like, it was the mountains in the background. There was like a layer of clouds, and above the clouds was all snow, and then the clouds at the bottom of the clouds was like a flat shelf, and underneath it was all gray and brown because it was just after the Blue Cut fire. And people were like, "Oh, that is so cool." And I was like, "Okay, cool, thanks." Whatever. Not a lot, like 30, 40 people, but still.
That's a lot of people.
And then I got like, that's when I just started like, this person's following you. This person's following you. So I'd go check out their places, and if I like them, I follow them back. If I don't, no, then I block them.
Yeah,
I don't block them. I let them follow.
Oh, most of the ones I'm talking about are the ones that are like trying to put out that fucking like.
Oh, like you said, the porn, whatever. Like, yeah.
So I'm just like, nah, fuck, block that shit. Because like, I think I got family members that follow me on Facebook or on Instagram, so I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, in fact, I do.
You should
So,
take. You should have another account then, one for your stuff and one for your family or whatever. Or at least if you want to, it's really easy.
I just want to keep it, keep the porn shit off there.
Yeah.
Hot service chicks, I'm down. Curves and combat boots, GI Jane, shit like that. I'm down for that. That's all good because it's tasteful for the most part.
Yeah, they're wearing clothes, and we can yell at you.
Yeah. So, and then
Did you notice that your voice is different
What?
in that video from now? You sound so much younger.
In what video?
The fucking tongue stud video.
Oh,
The one on Pogo Ghibli.
from how many years ago?
Yeah. It's fucking like literally it's pre-gun channels, right?
No,
Yeah, well, that was.
I don't know. What year was it?
I think it was, man. Let's see.
5 years
We
ago.
watched the video. And
he said it was sometime in 2010.
No, it was definitely
No, 2013.
Yeah. So what month in 13? Because we built it in 13, right?
March 13th, 2013.
A little bit ahead then. A little bit before gun channels.
So it would have been the same year as
Yeah, November.
the same year, just earlier in that year.
Oh, what I was thinking of is when you were talking about Blog TV and you were like streaming Matt doing his
Yeah,
thing.
those were 2000.
Oh yeah.
There was one of those from today, 2010.
That's right. He was running for office. The guy. I remember all that now.
Sardi, yeah.
Yes. And that was his whole trip, was how he could not or would not vote for allowing gay marriages if elected to office. That was like the whole fucking impetus of the chat or whatever. And shit just got weird.
Who else was on that chat that's on gun channels?
Let's see.
Or was on gun channels?
Chris was, wasn't he?
You got Danimal or Firearms Freedom, right? You got Bulldog or Bulldog Prepping, Pookster USMC, Stone Guy. Let's see who else is on there. Matt. One guy that I recognize, but I don't remember
Good guy with a
his
gun.
name anymore.
Good guy with a gun.
No, he was not on that chat.
Yeah, he was.
Let's see.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris is in there. He just didn't say nothing. Chris used to just camp out and not say shit ever.
Well, okay, at the 38-minute marker or whatever for the Matt portion, no, he is not in that particular video.
Well, Yankee might not even be in then. I think after a while, people started sending out links more.
Whatever happened to Good Guy with a Gun?
Yeah.
Either girls or video games. I forget what it was. He went to go, or no, he was putting together computers for people and making videos of putting together computers. And then I think he went to make videos of video games. But, and then whenever Bob came down the first time, he was like uninterested in ever seeing Bob. So I think that made him never come back to gun channels.
Well, him and Bob.
That is an accurate depiction of those facts. That is for sure.
I was pretty cool.
What I was doing, I should have taken pictures of it, making waffles and putting whipped cream on them. You ever eat that? It's fucking delicious.
Waffles with whipped cream?
All right, G-Webs, you got to try this. My mom kind of like didn't really invent it, but coined it at a local restaurant we go to. A waffle banana split. It's like a big ass waffle with a banana split on top of it.
No problem.
I can't get around a banana split. Never been a fan. Strawberry.
But she
ice
doesn't.
cream, no
she
interest
can't.
in cold bananas.
She can't do bananas because she had her kidney taken out. She's got to watch her potassium intake, so she has the bananas taken out of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's like everything that goes on a banana split minus the bananas on top of a waffle, a big ass waffle.
No, I can handle the strawberry ice cream with the banana either. I don't like no fucking half frozen banana in my business. I'll eat a banana.
Man,
then-
most places I ever had one, it was a fucking just a fresh banana they happen to fucking cut in half, dude.
No, here's
I
the
never
deal.
had.
Cut it in half in that long ass bowl, and then they put ice cream on it, and then the bottom half of the banana is frozen, and the top half of it ain't frozen, and that wigs me out. I don't like eating it.
Oh, well, then that's a personal problem, man. I ain't ever had a banana split that I couldn't fucking devour or smash or damage completely,
Oh, The
ever.
other thing is pineapple. I don't want no fucking pineapple on my ice cream. It's no freaking.
Are you
freak-
kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. I don't
Oh
like
my
pineapple.
god.
You don't
So you
like.
tell them not to put the pineapple topping on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's why I would just get something else. Because then I'm talking no strawberry, no bananas, and no pineapple. That's just
Yeah, you might as well just not have. You might as well get like a
No, you
parfait or
You
something.
can double up on vanilla or chocolate as the ice cream, and then
Yeah, but then that's what I'm saying. He has a parfait or something then instead
Yeah,
of a banana split.
menu. And I would go with something with fucking chocolate on top of chocolate on top of chocolate.
Like the
That's-
brownie sundae type of thing or something, you know, where
Oh,
you get the
for
brownie and then
popping
the hot fudge and all that shit on it. I see where you're coming from, G, because yeah, that would be the smarter way to do it. Is why fuck around minus and everything else off when you know that they make something else that has exactly what you do want on it.
or at least closer in the right direction or something. And I don't mind. I'd try them every once in a while, but I just never got into it. Like say that frozen, half frozen banana. I'm not into it. I don't know how people
Like the chocolate dipped bananas or whatever. I never really got into those like at
Yeah.
all,
Fucking
really.
eat a banana. It's a fucking banana. It's fine as it is. You don't need to fuck with it.
Pretty much. But I will eat it. But I will eat it in a banana split, though.
now, have you ever had deep fried banana?
No.
No
You gotta go to county
bananas in a
fairs, man.
smoothie, though.
They deep fry everything at county fairs. I
Don't
mean,
like
whatever you
putting
think of,
bananas
they'll
in
deep fry it.
I would eat.
Like we had,
I would try it, I guess, but I got a feeling that it ain't. It's either hot, in which I ain't eating it, or it ain't hot, and then the outside's hot, and I don't feel like eating something that's hot and cold like that. I don't like it.
oh, okay, well, you know, just
You got
throw
to
it
bang
out
with the
there.
hot and cold.
Freaking,
But- We were talking before about deep fried. What was it? Deep fried bacon, deep fried Snickers, deep fried Twinkie, deep fried butter. And I check marked yes.
You'd eat deep fried butter.
I would eat deep fried butter, dude. Yes, I would.
have you ever had a deep fried bacon wrapped Twinkie with chocolate on top?
Well, now see that ain't what I'm talking about.
I've never had.
Because you know how G-Webs just said he is with hot and cold. Like, if it's gonna be a deep fried Twinkie, like that's all it needs to be is like a deep fried Twinkie. If it's gonna be deep fried bacon, like that's all it needs to be is like deep fried bacon. Like I don't know that I want a deep fried Twinkie wrapped in bacon, covered in butter or something like that. Like I don't. That ain't what I'm looking for.
Not covered, just a chocolate drizzle across the top, maybe just a little bit of powdered sugar on it. It's fucking amazing. You gotta try it.
What are we talking about? A Twinkie wrapped in bacon and then deep fried?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, it's not like completely wrapped where you don't see the Twinkie. It's like got one big piece of bacon wrapped around it, and then like
No,
so you
this
can
is
still see Twinkie in there. They deep fry it.
Bacon. Cooked
Yeah.
bacon.
Yes, cooked
And then
bacon.
after it's already cooked, then they're deep frying it. Okay.
Yes, and then
All right, I'd probably give it.
drizzle a little bit of chocolate over it with a fucking splash of powdered sugar. Fucking amazing. But I will suggest only eating half of one. If you
Why?
get one, split it with somebody because it's fucking rich as shit.
I want to eat fried butter, but not all of it. Whatever.
Hey, I
Fried
didn't say
butter.
anything about fried
Oh
butter.
wait, no, Heavy B didn't say nothing about no deep fried butter. I'm the only maniac on this panel.
Yeah, I never tried fried butter. I never will try fried butter. It's just not something
Oh, I've never had the opportunity for, but I did see it on Food Network once, and I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I'd eat that shit. Because it was right after a segment of somebody doing deep fried bacon, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'd eat that shit.
The closest thing I've ever come to having fried butter would be like a fried buttermilk donut.
No, see, that's way different though, than eating a chunk of butter. That just
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like I really don't want my arteries to clog up as soon as I
Think
do it.
about it if it was a deep fried biscuit with butter in the middle, if you want to think of it a certain way. Like that's what
No,
I'm envisioning.
And I didn't like it. I've done that where you take like way too much butter and you wrap it like in a pancake or a waffle or a biscuit like that, and you eat it. And then that's why I wouldn't eat it, because that wasn't pleasant. That was like eating raw food. I didn't want to eat it. If it melted in there, then that's a totally different story, I guess. And it's just all goopy.
Dude, I can take a piece of wheat bread, fold it in half, as long as it's got 2 pats of fucking butter in the middle of that thing, and just eat it like it ain't nobody's business.
Yep.
But no, if you're talking like you'd go to a restaurant and remember back when the butter would be cold on those pieces of paper? They don't do that anymore,
Yep.
right? Like back then, you'd get some weak ass bread, and then they'd get that cold ass butter, and then it wouldn't melt or nothing. And then you'd have to eat that like chunk of butter in between the bread like that. You know what I'm talking about?
As long as it's salted butter, I do know
No,
what you're talking about.
That's why I don't like that, I bet, because I never enjoyed that. I'm like, what the hell? This is like eating a bunch of rawness. Like, I don't want this. And
Man, you know what? I'm going to the refrigerator right now. Thank you. I'm having some butter and bread. Thank
you
you.
have butter in your house? That's crazy.
I like
Dude, I love butter. I just was talking about deep fried butter. How would I not have butter in my house?
there's a couple of Italian places out here.
In my house.
There's a couple of Italian places out here that do fresh bread. Okay, they cook their own bread, and they have like a garlic whipped butter, and you put that on there. It's fucking
already-
awesome.
Now you're talking bread that they made, so it's probably still warm, or at least in their kitchen.
Yeah.
And then you're talking whipped butter. I'm talking back in the day, like, for whatever reason, I think it was just because they didn't have preservatives or something. They would give you, if you remember, where they give you the little weird piece of film on top and then like a piece of paper underneath, and there was a chunk of butter in there.
Yeah,
And that they would give you like a bowl of those sometimes or something before they started wrapping butter into little like
cubes. Yeah,
And yeah, I used to fucking hate that. You get some kind of cold, gross bread, you had to cut it apart or rip it apart, shove that piece of butter in there, and it did nothing except sit there. It didn't melt at all. Yeah, I don't like that. Now, if you put that kind of butter on a pancake or something, that's fine. If it melts in there, I'm all right with that. I can understand doing that. It helps the pancake go down. But when it's just sitting there,
yeah.
like
Not a
say
big
sometimes
fan.
it was salted in fancy restaurants, it would just be gross ass like cheese butter or whatever the hell. It was almost like cheese. Kind of
Solid blocks. You
It's not good. It was just like bland. Probably trying to prove some point, like it was natural or something. I don't know. It was always in the expensive restaurants that the butter didn't taste as good.
which doesn't make sense because you figure they'd be using like fresh churned butter. That's good butter right there.
No, for a while there, like classy butter was hard as shit, right? Cold. Or maybe that wasn't classy. Maybe that was just like all you could get for pre-sized, pre-portioned butter.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Like you'd get a stick of butter underneath of a little cover, like you would get at home.
Yeah, and that stick of butter, when you leave it out for a little bit, it looks like it's, it doesn't look as good as like a fresh, brand new stick of butter.
You leave your butter out like that, or do you put that shit in the refrigerator all the time?
I leave if I had butter at my house, it would be in the refrigerator. But before I use it, I would most of the time, I liquefy it. And then I pour it over whatever I'm going to put it on.
Because I'm pretty sure there's a thing where you just leave your butter with that little cover over it out, like at room temperature.
Yeah, a butter dish.
Yeah. And then that way when you
Unless you live where it will melt because it is that hot.
Oh, well, I guess I never lived like that. But I mean, back in the day, like you could leave that stuff. Some people would leave that out, and I guess it doesn't go rancid. You would like be able to spread it on bread and not have it be cold as shit from your refrigerator.
Yeah, generally they would put it on the butter dish and they would set it out on the table with whatever they were going to put out there for you to put butter on.
No, I mean like
And then-
all the time. Though. Like they never put it back in the refrigerator. They would just keep like reserve butter in the refrigerator. But if it was like out for being used, it was just always out on the counter with that little cover over it, but like out at room temperature until it was used up.
Oh, yeah.
I never did that. My family didn't do that, but I've been to people's houses where they did that, and I could understand it because then no matter what the hell you're putting butter on, it's always room temperature, so it's spreadable. So it made sense because then you never had to deal with that issue with like, oh, this bread ain't hot, so my butter's useless. I don't know. We never fucking ate butter that much, though.
Yeah, like my grandmother, my mom's mom was she had the butter dishes and all that stuff. And she would leave one out on the counter, the kitchen counter, for her. But everybody else, we just, kept it in the fridge.
It would get all yellow and gross, kind of have a skin on it, but
Yeah.
Living in Michigan and Wisconsin, dude. Yeah, butter, cheese, milk. Those were all a thing.
all the time. Like, how come you don't have butter on that cheese sandwich?
No, I never put butter on a cheese sandwich, but butter went on a good portion of stuff. But like milk, like I can't imagine how much milk I drank then, or utilized in a day than where it is now, the way it is now. It's crazy.
You mean you drank more milk then than you drink now?
Oh yeah, I mean it's almost $7 a gallon sometimes for milk here. So,
Oh,
and
so
it's not even as good. And it's not even as good of milk as it was when I lived there.
Well, yeah,
So
because if you
more milk if
got all the, it's got all those goddamn preservatives in it, and it got to get shipped all across the ocean.
Well, we
So,
do have a
and-
dairy over on Oahu or whatever, but yeah, you are correct on that. And we used to have a dairy on island here. We don't anymore. But like most of it doesn't have the real checked symbol, you know? And I don't know, growing up, that thing got beat into my head pretty much that if it doesn't have that, it's shit milk. So
Yeah, I drink more milk now than I do than I did back then.
What's the real checked one?
Z.
it's like it's a quality control thing. It means that it had been checked like either during pasteurization or something like that or whatever, and it had quality control on temperature and all that kind of stuff. So you just always knew that if it had I think it's the real checked seal.
This
I think is what it was called.
red and white oval.
Yes,
I never
that's
even-
how you knew it was. You knew how it was reputable milk as opposed to potentially shady milk or something,
Yeah,
or
see,
maybe there wasn't as much quality control.
you'd shit if you knew how much we had milk here.
What do you mean?
we just had a sale this past week. Our gallon milk was $1.79.
I was just gonna say I do remember 23 years ago or whatever it being like $1.75 for a gallon,
Oh hell no!
and then moving here and it was just ridiculously priced comparison. And like I said, and it wasn't even as good a tasting milk.
See, I never did grocery shopping off base. Everything I did was through the PX or the commissary. So like, and as a a young private in the Marine Corps, young whatever in the Marine Corps, living in the barracks, we didn't really buy a lot of groceries. So like every once in a while, like we'd get basic stuff to throw in that little fridge. We didn't want
I was gonna say, were you even allowed to have fucking food in the barracks? I thought that. I mean, according to the fucking donut, you're all gonna be doing fucking PT and
That's for one. That was boot camp. All right. For two, we didn't live in Quonset huts. We lived in actual like barracks. Like they're little. They look like fucking old Motel 6s. Fucking exterior walkways, freaking doors to like a fucking big room and a bathroom. And depending on how many.
All right, I do know what you're talking about. Yep.
Depends on how many bunk mates you had. Like you had like fucking. Generally, they kept it to 3. Sometimes we had 4. Like it'd be like 4 people in a room or 3 people in a room. I was lucky most of the time, and I had 2, me and one other person. So I didn't rate, but it just worked out that way.
I just found a thing when I was looking for this real milk seal, so I wanted to see if I'd seen it before. This like test of what you can do, like for water. If you want to see if they added water to your milk, you can put a drop on a highly polished surface of some sort, and then when the little drop of milk flows, if it leaves a white streak behind, that's what it's supposed to do. And if it doesn't, then they've added water to it. And then you can take a couple of drops of iodine, and that'll tell you if there's starch in there. You can put soybean powder in it, let it sit for 5 minutes, and then use litmus paper to see if there's any pee in there. You can put it in with water and then shake it and see if there's detergent in there. I got this whole big list of shit you can do to milk to see what it might have residues or additives in it. Never even thought about that kind of shit, but that must be what they do at a place to see if they're cutting it or how clean it is, like you're saying.
Yeah, like cutting it like they would cocaine or something.
Yes.
They're
Sounds like
stepping on
it.
the milk. They're stepping on the milk.
Yeah, they just add water to it and you're fucked. So when you get it, then you think about it, it looks like the easiest one is just put a drop of milk, a drop of milk on a polished surface, and if it leaves a white smear behind, like white trail, then that's milk. And if it leaves it says milk with water will flow immediately without leaving a mark. So in other words, it should be a little bit sticky. Or
So, like, what about non-fat milk or something where you know it's practically water,
this just, I don't know. I'm just
as opposed to 1% where, or I mean,
I don't even know where the website came from. It comes from
okay,
test. I mean, it doesn't even say what kind of milk.
1%, 2%, and then
I think
what's the what's
percent.
Homogenized. Homogenized is the vitamin D whole milk.
The most
whole
common,
milk? That's what I was trying to remember.
it says the most common adulterant in Pakistan is water, 73%, followed by detergent, 32%, cane sugar, 22%, caustic soda, 20%, and rice flour, 17%.
And that's what they're drinking.
I think that means 73% of the time the adulterant is water, 32% of the time. No, that can't be. I don't know what the hell those percentages are supposed to be.
Yeah, because there was a lot more than 100% there, but I get you.
Out of 100 samples taken, the most common adulterant, 73% was water. Okay, so out of that 100, I guess 32% was the detergent, 22%. So some of them had all of this. Some of them just had a couple of things, and most of them had water.
So the water had detergent. The water had what was the other thing she said?
He said
Cane
D.
Caustic soda. No, not the Euro was one of the tests in that other one, but that makes sense because if they're just sloppy with their milk pulling or whatever you call that, they could get pee in there. But they got hydrogen peroxide as one of the things they look for. It's probably the stuff that they clean the machines with or whatever, or something like.
Or that's how they're cleaning their vessel, perhaps, that they're storing the water in. Since you said Afghanistan or whatever, who the fuck knows?
They don't flush it completely or something like that.
Well, no, like think about it. If you have some fucking clay jug that your village has been using for 50 fucking years or whatever to carry water, and then you don't have the appropriate way of either cleaning or replacing said item, that shit is going to have, like you said, caustic soda. It's going to have detergent, or it's going to have, it's going to have all that other stuff in it because it just doesn't quite ever get all the way out.
Yeah, like I said, they don't flush it completely or wash it out completely. Well, yeah, like you said, clay pot, it's going to hold things because this clay is more porous. So, yeah, I get what you're saying.
They're just saying that 80% of milk in Pakistan is being sold in packages or bulk is being adulterated, and this is like a website to give you some ideas on how to test for it.
All right. What's your guys' take on almond milk?
I like it.
It ain't milk, but it's all right.
How do they milk almonds?
Very carefully. They have very, very small nipples.
It's like when they crush it
Yeah,
and add water.
all I have to do is take raw nuts and soak them in water. That's it, literally. And then you let it.
So,
sit.
like when do you guys even eat rice? Anybody here?
Oh, I eat
Yep.
rice.
Okay, so when you wash rice, right? If you let it soak to wash the rice, you see how it gets all cloudy and shit? Well, that's part of the starch. That's rice milk, basically,
pretty much.
in essence.
Okay.
So almond milk is, in essence, almost the same process.
Just coming out
It's
of
basically like the starch or whatever that comes, starches and sugars that comes off of the almonds when it's soaked.
I like almond milk, one, because it doesn't taste bad, and two, it lasts for a way longer time than regular milk.
I like rice milk. I like almond milk. I like cashew milk. Soy milk, it's okay. That's the one I like the least out of the non-milk milks.
Never had cashew milk before.
Cashew's
It's-
better. Tastes fucking wicked awesome. Macadamia is the best. It's just like the nuts. So
Exactly. It's going to have a different level of richness, so to speak, or something like that. Yeah, or almost like a butteriness or a saltiness, or because that's
Mhm.
kind of the thing. You're getting some of the milk sugar, and then you're still
Texture.
getting some of the salty. For texture. Yeah.
Well, I think they're softer nuts, so they more of them, more of their essence leaks out. So there is more body to an almond milk and a cashew milk than there is to soy milk. But soy milk isn't really a nut. Soy milk is just a gross ass fucking pea or whatever that they dehydrate and then do that to it. So soybeans still look different. Plus, they're probably
Yes.
GMOs. So
Well,
it's definitely the wateriest.
you don't think that an almond has ever been altered in any way?
Probably not. Not that
Oh,
way.
okay.
Not GMO way.
Anyway, how
Almond
many?
tree.
Never mind.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
of
they
any-
do. They do because they got them to be able to utilize less water in the process of growing and everything like that. And an almond fucking tree takes a lot of fucking water. That's why they steal your water from fucking Arizona and they send it to goddamn California.
We got almonds down
Hey,
here.
wait a second. Don't be all hating. I mean, we
Hey,
share the Colorado River.
You don't share shit. You take it. Come on now.
It flows from Arizona into California.
Because they built the fucking aqueduct to take it there.
No.
But I hear you.
They've got several dams along it. It's a joint body of water. I mean, come
You
on
be
now.
smoking
Like,
joints heavy. That's what's going on here. You be smoking joints and drinking the goddamn Kool-Aid.
I do not smoke any joints.
You ever wondered why they
Kool-Aid
don't
on the other
run a
hand.
pipeline from the Mississippi over to California? I mean, my God, as many times as that thing floods, they can look at all the water they can have.
Seriously,
Dude, I was
that's
just saying that they should
Why
run.
don't we have them on the highways? Like, what the fuck? We had a dust bowl once. We built fucking highways. We built railroads. Why don't we have fucking pipelines? It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, like if we were to
We
build
do have
pipelines that run
pipelines.
from the East Coast to the West Coast, it wouldn't just be like California that would get it. I mean, Arizona would get water, New Mexico would get water, Texas would get
Every
water.
time there's a flood, we should be going, oh, thank you for the opportunity, nature. Thanks.
California just had a flood. The dam broke because they didn't fucking spend the money on fixing the fucking dam to keep the water back.
Well, I'm talking about the floods of the Mississippi that happen periodically and like regularly.
Alright. I mean, I love heavy. I love our people in California and shit, but California does some dumb ass shit. No offense. You would agree with me? Come on now.
I was just gonna
California
say,
does
like,
some dumb ass shit.
You do realize who you're talking to, right?
Yes, I do.
live
I
here.
do.
I
That's why I
do
said I
live
love you,
here.
brother. I ain't mad at you. I'm just mad at some of the dumb shit that like Governor Brown and his constituency fucking get into from time to time.
Oh no, I agree wholeheartedly, 110%. I am on board.
Well, like
They
for
suck
example,
balls.
right? You guys were in a drought condition for like a decade, almost literally, right? And then you had so much water come, like what was it in the past 4 months or 5 months or something like that? That we're talking millions upon millions of gallons of overflow that they didn't even attempt to slow down or reharness or use as a secondary usage. When I hear stuff like that, I'm like, what is the matter with you guys?
Well, they never.
And I don't.
expected
And
it
again,
to rain.
I don't mean you, heavy. I don't mean you. I mean
Well, no,
like
no.
the state.
I don't think they ever expected it to rain again because they all believe that global warming and the world's going to die. So
Well, when they
they
walk
were
around with
just
their head up their ass, they could probably believe that.
we'll just spend all this money we would use for shit that well, obviously for the last 10 years has not been valid. So we'll just go ahead and give that money to other people, and they did. And now they're going, holy shit! Maybe we should have fixed that when we could.
Yep.
That's state of California for you. Don't fix nothing.
Well, and I can't crow too loud because out here we have problems with overdevelopment. We have developers that start to build and whatnot, and they might not even have a water meter for the property, but yet they're still going to build. Anyway,
No, that makes
Irregardless.
total sense.
Yeah. Like, how the fuck are you gonna have a house with no water? And, and so water's a big deal to me, as you can tell. I'll get irate over water because I'm on an island in the middle of the Pacific, surrounded by shit I can't drink. Isn't that right, Sonny
yes.
boy?
You guys could put up a desalinization plant or two.
Nope. The size, the cost, and the energy requirements for said desalination plant is not going to happen. The other problem, super salts. When they desalinate, the thing that nobody ever talks about is, yeah, sure, the Middle East, they have all the energy needs they could possibly want, and they can have desalination plants everywhere, right? Well, what nobody talks about is when you have a desalination plant, it releases super salts into the fucking water. It's like it's off gas, or it's toxic waste. Basically, is what happens with desalination, right? So basically, you can jack up the salination ratio of the area where it's immediately dispersed. The problem is, as more and more gets dispersed, think of it like spreading over more surface area, and then of course that jacks wildlife, and that causes other sorts of problems.
Oh no, I
So that's the problem with supersaturated salts and stuff like that.
You figure with the market for sea salt, they just fucking package it, ship, sell it.
You mean like that Himalayan salt that they're getting? I love it when it was either Sci Babe or one of those other ones that are on, like the Credible Hulk. One of those people on Facebook, they just lit into the fact that sea salt from the Himalayas. Think about that for a second.
Yeah,
somebody done got you to pay a lot of money for something that couldn't hardly have ever existed, let alone existed, that there's that much of it that they can just sell it by metric tons of it.
What?
But anyway, some people are willing to buy anything, and some people are willing to believe anything, right?
Well, those come from.
I'm one of those people.
Exists. I mean, they do pull it out by the truckloads constantly of that area. So I mean, they didn't create it; it's coming from somewhere. Yeah, this thing's pretty interesting. That there's only at the most 10% almond milk in almond milk, which is no big deal because we know that it ain't just like squeezing almonds to make milk or whatever. But that this thing does a pretty good job. It goes through all these different brands and tells you what the percentage of sugar in, which is like something they're concerned about. And then if it's got this what is it called? This one thickener, carrageenan, some kind of red sea, what do you call them? Sea plant, and that they're concerned can give you cancer. And then if they got GMOs or not. It looks like most of the main brands use non-GMO almonds, and then they basically go as low as 2% almond to 10% almond as far as ingredient. So they're mostly
10% is the highest.
10% is the highest. So they're pretty much like slurries of water and different emulsifiers, just like a lot of pretty much anything you eat out of a package. It's just that they put a base of almond in it so that they can call it almond, and because it's got almond in it. But it's not like it's 90% almond juice or something.
Okay. I thought I'd heard some stuff like that before.
It's just like eating a milkshake. It's just a bunch of seaweed. That's what I'm trying to think of. Seaweed emulsifiers, ground up seaweeds that turn the water thick, and then locust bean gum and sunflower lecithin, gellan gum, that kind of stuff, and then some salt and sugar to make it taste good. And then the almond just gives it the flavor. So it's basically just like, that's basically all the same ingredients as like a natural milkshake at a good restaurant.
Man, anytime I ever made a milkshake, it had milk and ice cream, and then whatever the chocolate sauce or strawberry or whatever I was having. But I hear what you're saying, especially if it's a malted milkshake. 'Cause then it'll also have malt in it.
I mean, I don't buy almond milk thinking like, oh, this is a healthy alternative or a low-fat or low-sugar alternative. It's all sweet, so you know it's got sugar in it.
I was gonna say it just tastes.
You don't like it?
No, I said it just tastes good.
Oh.
As in, yeah, like between rice milk, almond milk, and what was the other ones that I was naming earlier? Soybean milk and
Cashew milk.
cashew milk. Yeah, I kind of like almond milk the most out of any and all of those for the most part.
Almond milk's
Oh.
the cheapest, but I like cashew milk the best. But all of these other ones, I've had hemp milk, I've had coconut milk, I never had flax milk. Hazelnut milk I have not had, but cashew is probably the best one of all of them, like the most thick or whatever. But then now that I'm looking at this, it probably just uses a different mix of like seaweeds to make it thicker. And then I usually just get the chocolate one right away because the fuck, if you're gonna get the one without sugar, it tastes gross. And then if you're gonna get the vanilla one, you might as well just get chocolate right away.
I was gonna say, I generally get the vanilla or the chocolate.
And then I'll just buy cocoa powder and put extra cocoa powder in it so it turns it into like chocolate up a notch instead of being wheat.
Nice.
Like super chocolatey boosted almond chocolate milk.
Yeah, exactly. Then you just put some ice in there, throw it in blender. It's pretty good. Oh, and then put
The
some
only rice milk I like is horchata, and that's because it's got sugar and cinnamon in it.
Rice Dream. That's some rice milk I like. Rice Dream.
I'll drink horchata.
And like I'll put rice milk on cereal and stuff even. It's somewhat acceptable for cereal. Especially if you're
G-Webs,
having like
say something.
rice.
G-Webs, you were saying something about horchata?
I'll drink it once in a while. I don't like rice pudding and shit like that though, so it tastes too much like liquid rice pudding to me.
Yeah, I got you. Like, I'll have it every once in a while myself, but it's becoming super expensive out here.
I tried to
It's
get
like-
Battle, and he would drink it.
You should just say, "Here, drink this," and don't tell him what it is.
Well, it ain't beer, so number one, he probably won't.
You know, I took him to a taco place. I'm like, get whatever you want. And he's like, I'll have one taco. Like, all right, Bob. You're the guy that orders a taco at a taco place. Like, just I'll have one taco, please, and a large soda. And I'm like, well, at least get a soda or something. Nope. He goes, I want to get Fanta. I never get Fanta. And I'm like, well, there's the bottles of it straight from Mexico. Get a fucking sugar Fanta or whatever. He's like, no, I'll take it out of the machine. I'm like, so he's got soda or fucking.
Oh, dude, then you are missing out because at least the Mexican soda uses cane sugar
Yeah,
and
true.
or real sugar
Well,
as
real
opposed to
sugar,
corn syrup.
or sweet potato sugar or something gross that ain't even sugar. So
Yep.
yeah, come on, he's like literally that far from it, and you got the one out of the freaking fountain.
Yeah,
You know
that was
what-
one thing. It took me about a minute to learn that one, and once I learned that, I'm like, oh no, Mexican soda, yeah, send that on over, no problem.
I mean, they're going to all.
But
the
out
trouble-
here, they get you on the price.
Yeah, it ain't cheap or whatever, but it's not like it costs. You have to put on a loan or anything. It's just that.
Oh, dude, it's almost $1 more here.
Almost.
But I mean, again, that's here. That's the here is not the bar for anywhere else.
Well, even at $1 for a drink, I mean, we're talking $2 instead of a
No,
buck.
$1 more. Not $1, $1 more. For even
Well,
like a 12-ounce soda.
Buck. I mean, if you're talking $6 instead of $5, then it almost doesn't matter either, I guess. But anyway,
No, I'm talking like if a regular 12-ounce soda in a bottle is going to be, say, you know, $1 or $1.50 or something like that. I'm saying it's $1 more for that same 12-ounce soda that just happens to come from Mexico and use real sugar. That's what
right.
I'm saying.
That's where I'm saying I'd rather just pay that extra $1 there because
Oh, I
now
do.
That's worth an extra $1 because that's the drink you're drinking with a meal and it's going to taste better and it's better for you. And then
Yep.
it's only $1 and you're not like, you know, $12.
Yeah, a buck ain't going to kill you. I'm with you on that.
If you don't drink that at every meal, then it would start killing you.
Well, we all got to die. Just ain't got to be in a hurry. That should be a healthy tip one of these days. We're all gonna die, but you ain't gotta be in a hurry. Drink more water, fool.
Yeah, but die healthy underneath a 20-year-old as opposed to 40 in a ambulance trying to watch three dudes drag you up into the ambulance.
Or a fucking shitter falls off an airplane in your 20s when you're at your physical peak and it crushes you anyway and you're dead tomorrow just the same.
No, you can't. You're going to live your life for the potentiality, though. I'm saying if you got to.
Oh hell no! That's why I'm living my life every day. That's exactly why. Because I don't believe that any of it's preordained, and I also believe that tomorrow is promised to no one. I could walk out of this house tomorrow, and whatever could happen. The fucking volcano could blow, a fucking tsunami could happen, an earthquake, like all that shit could happen. But guess what? My plan is to get up, take a shit and shower and shave and go to work. That's my plan for tomorrow.
More like an earthquake will cause a tsunami, which will splash up there and cause that volcano to erupt, which will cause an airplane to fall out of the sky onto you. So,
well, technically, the earthquake could both affect the volcano and, like you said, the tsunami. And if it all happened at the same time we were having a hurricane, c'est magnifique.
No, because then you'd probably end up like counterbalancing some of it, like the
oh no.
Earthquake.
The hurricane would mess up the surface of the water. So then if it started with the tsunami was deep in the water, then that would make it even worse because storm surge happens in a hurricane as well.
Well, it could amplify, but it could cancel it out. And then at the same time, the volcano would erupt just enough, burp just enough to like enough heat to make the hurricane go away. And then you end up with like just perfect 70-degree weather, a little bit.
No hurricane gains strength with heat.
Then it burps the other way and absorbs all the heat into the core of the earth. And then it's like,
of course, because that's. Yeah. Okay.
Just because it doesn't happen a lot doesn't make it.
Hey, Mr. Sunshine, I hear what you're putting down. I got you, bro.
Just saying,
Mr. Positivity, ain't nothing gonna go wrong. I'm with you. I got you. It's gonna happen to the other guys.
Doing a whole series of events that would lead to, like, the earthquake would cause a tsunami, which would go up. The water would get into the volcano, cause it to spew out lava, which would hit a plane and melt a hole in it, and then the toilet would fall out and crush you. I just, butterfly effect.
Oh, see, if it's gonna be the shitter out of the plane that kills me, it's gonna be because of shitty maintenance record, and the fucking rivets are gonna pop or something like that. The welds aren't gonna stick. It ain't gonna be the fucking volcano blowing up to knock the shitter off a plane.
No, see, that's where the lava comes in. It just shoots a bunch of lava up into the air.
Shitty maintenance record off a third world country's airline.
The lava eats away the rivets, and then the skin falls off, and the toilet falls out, and then crushes you. So
See, nobody liked it when I said fucking Donnie Darko. You remember that the other day, right?
Yeah, I know.
Is that what happens in that movie? I haven't seen it. I only watched
no,
it.
But if you take Donnie Darko and you mix in Joe Dirt, because the fucking shit tank is what happened to Joe Dirt.
His meteor.
Yeah. Oh no, his meteor
exactly. Asteroid or whatever.
Yeah. Whereas in Darko, it was what? Was it just a shitter off the plane or something like that? I'm trying to remember what part of, or was it the actual engine off the plane?
No,
it's been a long time.
Something like an engine comes flying out, though, right?
I think that could be it.
Talking about a way to turn you into instant fucking ground beef.
Oh, well, and that's the thing, dude. If that shit actually did happen, you will either be splattered into liquid or splattered in the liquid and then boiled real quick or flame roasted, whatever way you want to look at it, as that thing fucking explodes with jet fuel, right?
Well, technically, jet fuel has such a high combustion point that it is less likely to actually ignite during a crash.
Oh, so you're saying it couldn't burn through steel I-beams? Heavies?
It can, but it is less likely to. Whereas like old freaking 80 octane fucking fuel they use in the old props, the old reciprocating engines, that would ignite much faster, much greater fire hazard.
Oh, I definitely got you there. All right, gentlemen. I gotta go watch out for the dude in the rabbit suit. Have a great evening, and I'll catch up with y'all later. All right.
Take it easy, brother.
See you, man.
All right, see you, fellas.
So, Pinks, you off today?
Yeah.
Right on. So, you get to shoot your Tommy gun yet?
No, I'm going to today
Oh, have fun.
or
Hopefully,
tomorrow.
did you
whatever
get to
wanna call
shoot it when you bought it?
No. If
you
I
didn't
did
get-
that, please. I mean, it was a grocery store parking lot where I met the guy. So
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Kind of hard to, cops show up and be like, hey, man, just making sure it worked. That's all. I only fired one stick mag into the dirt. Ran flawless. Want to try?
yeah, that wouldn't have went over too good.
Nah, I don't imagine so.
I had other stuff going on today, and plus I had to go get my pass for the range. So
You have to get a pass to go to the range?
it's a state park, state run range. So it's $25
got-
for the year. So
No, we got something like that here. It's called an adventure pass. When the areas that you can shoot are open, or hell, even if you just went for a hike, if you park your car on the side of the road and you don't have an adventure pass, they tow your fucking car. So you gotta, stop by the ranger station, get your adventure pass. It was like $5. I don't know what it is now. But we just go out to the range and start shooting. When the ranger came by, just flag him down. Hey, we need a pass. Oh, okay, here. And give him the money, get the pay, get the passes, throw them in the window. If he didn't show up, we didn't pay. Which I don't know why you have to fucking pay to use fucking wildland anyway, but whatever. Just another fucking thing in California.
this is a state park. So
Hell, I'm talking mostly national forest, so maybe it's a government thing. I don't know. But yeah, well, cool. Get your pass, go shooting, have a good time. Are you gonna video it?
yeah, I'm gonna take some. Well, I won't have anybody there to hold the camera, but I'll take some Instagram pics of it.
Well, you can always get a tripod.
Yeah, but it's my phone. I don't have a tripod for the phone.
Yeah, that does make it a little harder.
I mean, I could probably lean it up against something, but
Now, where you're going, is it like a common place where a lot of people go, or is it just you're gonna go out there and find a little spot away from everybody?
no, I mean it's an actual range. They've got a 25-yard range, a 50-yard, and a 100-yard. It's got a park ranger that is on duty all day, as a range officer.
Well, shit, if nobody's there, get him to fucking take video of you.
There's usually always somebody there.
And I don't imagine you have to worry about them just going, hey, thanks for the camera, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of know the guy anyway, so I'm out there all the time.
So it's $25 for the year. So you get your pass, and you just go anytime you want.
Yep, many times I want, as long as I want. I mean, they've got a $5 day pass, or you can get pay $25 and have it for all year. So.
Well, for an average shooter, the $25 is a good thing. But for the guy who doesn't go out shooting that often, maybe not such a good idea. Now, is that per person, or is that like you get the pass and you can take somebody with you or something?
No, it's per person. And I don't mind paying it either. So. I mean,
Look at you all money bags.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, well, trust me, some of the ranges around here, they can get pretty expensive. So,
Like the one I go to out here, it's like $15 for all day or something like that. And then I've got this little card I pay $3 for, and I don't have to fill out the whole harmless every time, and I think I get a discount on shit. And it's like $3 for the year or some shit. It's not bad. So if you go quite often, then you're saving a good chunk of change, because I think you get discounts on shit.
yeah. That's passes for that, fishing license, all that stuff. That's what pays for keeping the parks going. So.
Well, yeah, you got to keep those things going. Because, I mean, we lost, well, mostly because of the drought, we lost many of our, our outdoor ranges that aren't, what have you, whatever. Oh, motherfucker. Really? Never mind. Yeah, so yeah, there you have it. Because people would go out there and go shooting, and then they would leave their shit out there. It's like,
Yeah.
Like, okay, G-Webs, you still here?
Yep.
Okay, remember the range you met me at out here, Lytle Creek?
Yep.
Okay, that range right there wasn't always that way. It was like the entire other side, I guess what once was a riverbed. The other side of the road, that was all. It was just people would go out there, set shit up, and then shoot the shit out of it, and then whatever. I mean, but people would leave cars out there, refrigerators, televisions, all this shit out there. They ended up closing it down for like several years to clean the shit out. Also, the sheriff's department also kept finding a bunch of dead bodies out there too. I guess that was a good spot to dump dead bodies. But so they shut that shit down. And said you guys can't go shooting here for like 5-6 years. And then at that time
that's where I was
cleaned it all up. I mean,
that's where I was planning on ditching Smeggy if I had to.
Oh, okay. Hey, good spot. Good spot. He probably wouldn't have been found for a bit, especially now since nobody shoots on that side. And most likely the bears and the mountain lions and shit would have got to him.
Problem is, it doesn't have that much meat, so I don't know if they would have come running. They would have been like, he's already been ate up.
Oh, no, they fucking, there's not much there, so it'd be quicker to dispose of. Then I guess the raccoons and the squirrels and shit would get him. But, maybe the coyotes. Yeah, so when they shut that down, that's when they opened up the controlled range that is there now. It's not a bad range. It's okay. And then for lack of options out here, unless you belong to a club, a private facility, you got that spot out in Palm Springs that I know about. and which I just found out about actually from the last time I went shooting, and then another spot out in Indio, and everything else is shut down by BLM and the Forestry Service because of the whole drought thing, which should not be an issue now. We should be able to go shooting at these places again, but most likely they closed them all down because people just fucking leave their shit out there. They don't clean up.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of people there, but that means there's a lot of people there. So if they're going to suggest that there's too much for them to maintain, then maybe their job should be to coordinate volunteer efforts to keep it clean.
Oh yeah, I agree. The problem is most people won't go out there and do it. So we're stuck with the very few public ranges, a bunch of indoor ranges, and whatever shooting clubs are out there. I don't know. I think California, they'd probably find a way to charge you to go out there to volunteer to clean up. It's like, you must pay us a $25 surcharge for volunteering to keep the area clean.
By volunteering, you're not working hourly, so we're not taxing you somewhere else.
Make sure you got to pay for your adventure pass too, so they don't tow your vehicle while you're cleaning everything up.
All right, well, I was trying to do something here and it ain't working, so I'm going to quit being frustrated and quit trying. Oh, I'm leaving.
Oh, later.
Yep.
Talk-
CG.
talk to there.
Yeah, I'm looking up where my next match is.
Oh, that's right. You're a 3-gunner now, aren't you?
Well, no, it's just USPSA. April 1st.
Out of
When is it?
curiosity, well, that's coming up Saturday.
Saturday. Okay.
So, out of curiosity, about how many rounds a month do you go through?
It all depends on how much, I go and practice and stuff. Hell, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe about 500 rounds a month.
Shit. That's not that bad.
No,
If you paid for do you reload your ammo or do you just buy it?
I buy it.
So you're dropping maybe, what caliber do you shoot again?
Let's see, 40 in USPSA plus, and then, I'll go to the range and shoot other calibers.
Well, let's see, if you're shooting all 40 and you were buying bulk reloaded ammo or reman ammo, probably dropping about 100, 150 a month then on 40 alone.
For about 150, 200 bucks a month.
There are more expensive habits out there.
Yeah, there are.
Cars are expensive. Well, shooting's not exactly cheap, but it's definitely cheaper than cocaine and hookers.
Unless you get the budget hookers, I mean, that's...
Oh, even then, man. I mean, Even if you got budget cookers and budget cocaine. No, I don't snort it. I get the rocks and I smoke it off their butt. That's how you do it. So, freaking strip clubs aren't cheap. Let's see what else. Motorcycles are expensive, so I guess you really get into it. Like coin collecting can be super expensive.
Let's see, like this upcoming match, it'll be 1 classifier, 4 field courses. Round count should be around 150. So,
Okay, so when you say classifier, you go there, you shoot. You have to shoot a phase or a stage, and then they say, okay, you're going to be shooting in this class.
oh no, the classifier is like how would you call it? That's an actual like damn.
It's an actual like what thing to set your score, or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah. Set your like either grandmaster or your class, whatever class you're in.
So where are you shooting? Out of curiosity.
Right now I'm unclassified still. I haven't shot enough classifiers to be classed.
So how many more do you think it'll go before you're classified?
I'd have to look at the USPSA website to find out. I think 1 or 2 more classifiers and I'll end up being classed.
Oh, right on. Friggin',
And all that is just, like D class or C class, I'm trying to think of what Caleb is. I think he's either C or B class.
oh, Foos is a master, right?
Yeah. Yep. Foos is a master class. But he's also switching to single stack 1911 now too. So he more or less starts over.
Well, why would he do that? I'm just bored with
Well, I mean, you can go up in classes on each thing that you shoot. I mean, he'll still retain his master in production. It's just that whenever he shoots, 1911, single stack 1911, then he can build that class up.
I see that. Okay, that's kind of what I did when me and my friend were kind of subbing for a team out here for IPSC. Like he would shoot big bore production double stack. And I would shoot big bore production single stack. As we both shot 45. He shot a Glock 21 and I shot my 1911.
Yeah.
And then, we would be, they were like, oh, you guys need to stay on our team. Cause like whenever we do it, like we would actually like shoot better than the rest of their team. This is back when I was shooting all the time. So they're like, yeah, like there's many times like Daniel and I were like right there. We were like in the top of the guys shooting in our class or classification, I guess, even though we weren't classified. But for the stages, we shot fairly well, and it would help them do well. So they would call us and say, "Hey, we got somebody still, no, they're not going to make it. Can you guys come down?" We were like, well, "Okay, we'll be there." It's back when I could afford to go shooting all the time.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna keep shooting at Rock Island until I get classified in it, before I switch to another class to shoot.
Well, okay. Out of curiosity, you get qualified in the Rock Island. Do you just stop there and go to another gun, or are you just gonna? Are you gonna try and master that? Get it at least a master level before you change up.
I don't know. It all depends on if I mean, I bought that long slide, that FNS long slide, for USPSA. I mean, I'd like to be able to start using it too. So,
Okay, now, what caliber is it in?
that one's a 9. So
Isn't
that'd be minor.
so? Yeah, that would be the power factor. Would be
Yeah.
now. Are you limited to 10 rounds per magazine, or as many as it can carry?
Production, I think it's limited to 10 rounds. And the one I'm in now, which is limited, I can, as many rounds as it'll hold.
Have you ever considered going 38 super?
No, never have.
Because I know back in the day that was like the caliber they all used. They'd have like big boxes of it, and they'd have their super tricked out race guns, and generally those like the big players in the game would show up like to run the courses, the course of fires.
Right. I can't afford those guns.
That's kind of like a warm up kind of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to afford one of those guns.
Yeah, I got to meet a couple of those guys. They're okay. They're pretty cool. One guy actually let me shoot his gun. I was no way I could shoot like that guy does. It's like he's literally almost going full auto. It seems like.
Yeah.
He's just like done. I'm like, holy shit.
Yep. Yeah, I'll have $1,000 optics on top of it.
Oh yeah. It's fucking like the race guns. Now I know what it's like. I was like, I always knew that they were, designed for this, but damn. I always wondered, like, if they ever got obviously they'd have to build up the rhythm to it, but like if they got so quick on the trigger that they could actually stop shooting because they pull the trigger too quick. You know what I mean? Like they depress and then press again, and it's like right in the time between its cycles.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, fingers too fast. What? How the fuck is that possible?
Well, I think that's what was screwing Caleb up, wasn't it?
I thought it was something to do with the gun itself.
I think he was just going too fast. And it was causing the malfunction.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering that. Okay, because like when I was doing all my training and stuff like that, and one of the things we always did was like, okay, from like anything under 7 yards, you do what they call an accelerated pair, which pull the trigger as fast as you can, bang bang. And you want to have a 2 to 4 inch spread between your shots because in defensive shooting, you want to have the more holes you have in a person, the better off you are. You're still controlled, you're still in that area, but 2 to 4 inches, you create different wound cavities, which is better for you in a self-defense situation, not so much for the bad guy. And then at 7 yards back, you start to do more controlled pairs, which is a slower rate of fire. But like, okay, either way, you still want a 2 to 4 inch group. And if you're shooting a group that is tighter than 2 to 4 inches, I always lean more toward the 4. Then you need to speed up because you're obviously being way too accurate. You're taking too much time. It is the theory. You're taking too much time to aim, so you want to shoot faster. So when you're doing your accelerated pair, you draw, you bring up, bang bang. And if your shots are close, then you need to be faster. And then as same thing with your control pair. When you draw and you shoot your control pair, if you're rounds are too close together, then you're shooting too slow. You need to speed up. But I've always wondered, and I've asked the question, and never got, and always got a very similar answer. Well, what if you're shooting the gun as fast as the gun can physically shoot, and you're still like right there in the same spot? And they're always like, well, then get a fucking sponsor because you're going to go make money. I'm like, okay. And generally, another thing is like, and if you're doing that with the gun you have, then yeah, you get a sponsor, go make money. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I got that. Yeah, because if you can fucking do that, if you can shoot as fast as a gun can shoot, and you're still putting them in like virtually the same area, like 1 inch or less, or 2 inches or less, you definitely need to get sponsored because you could definitely make some money on the fucking in the competition circuit. So, but I was just wondering. I've never seen it happen, but I always wondered if somebody could actually be so quick on the trigger that it actually causes the gun to malfunction. I had no idea that was Caleb's problem. I thought it was just a problem with the gun.
Looks like 54 people's already signed up for Saturday's match.
Out of how many spots?
Oh, there's still quite a few spots open, so
Are you gonna go shoot it?
probably.
Have you won any money yet?
Oh no, I don't. I mean, these with these being local matches, you don't win money. Or at least I don't think you do.
Have you won anything?
No.
Okay. Didn't even get a participation ribbon? Freaking.
I'm a fragile snowflake. I want a ribbon.
I did good. You hit half your targets, and half the times you hit the fucking hostage or whatever. The don't shoot. And you timed out on several of your levels. Stages of fire. Now, has anybody ever really timed out shooting one of these stages that you shoot?
Well, I don't think you really time out. You just time just keeps going and going.
All right. Now, be honest. When you're running the stage, do you get a lot of alphas or bravos or a mix thereof?
Pretty much a mix. I'm trying to think of what some of my stages or past ones were. Let me see if I can log in here and see.
Yeah, every time like when we're doing tactical training, sometimes we'd actually set up stages kind of like IPSC or USPSA, I guess. I don't know. I've never shot that one. And you have the target, and it would have another one in front of it or whatever. And anytime I hit the one that don't shoot, you hit a don't shoot, minus points. I'm like, what? It's Collaborator, straight out of like Uncommon Valor.
US.
I didn't do often. I will admit it. I did not do that often.
Let's see here.
In fact, if I didn't get A shots, I would be upset. God damn it. I miss shooting that much. That was fun.
Yeah, it looks like I've got 3 more classifiers to do.
Are you gonna shoot the classifier this weekend?
Yeah.
How many are you supposed to have? Like 10, 20?
I think Foos said 6. After 6, then you. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not showing any results. Let's see. Hit vectors. Looks like 4.0 hit vector on that one, 4.0950 on that one.
Is that like out of 10 or?
I don't know. I don't know how all that works.
You don't care? You just like to go do it?
Yeah, I just like to go shoot.
Yeah. Okay, you're Rock Island. What did you when you shoot that? What do you shoot that? Unlimited or what's that called?
Limited.
Limited. What can you do to your FN long slide to go limited with that?
Well, if I was going to do that, I'd switch to 40 caliber. That way I could shoot major. But yeah, I think I'd have to check the rules and see if it's. No, I should be able to. The only thing is, I don't want to be able to go up to what, 17 or 15, 16 rounds with those mags because they don't make mag extensions for them.
Oh, that sucks.
So I'd be doing more mag changes, but I mean, with production, I'm doing mag changes after 10 rounds anyway.
I will say that's one of the things I liked about shooting single stack big bore. For the, like I said, we only did it a few times, but I like the fact that did a lot of mag changes. I always consider it to be practice. I got pretty quick at it at one point.
See, I know the one stage that I ran. I actually ran it real well. The one guy that was putting on the match, he was even impressed with it. See, I had one mag change because it was like 38, rounds for that stage. And let's see, I think I had all alphas and one Charlie. But I think that was the best one I had done in all the matches I had shot.
Is it alphas and Charlies, or are there Bravos too?
There's Bravos, yeah. Deltas. But yeah, it was like the first section had 5 targets right beside each other. Then you had went past a wall, and then there was another 5 targets, and then went past another wall. Then a string of another 5 targets, and yeah, I mean, that was the one stage that ran perfect for me for some reason.
Cool. Is it just cardboard targets, or do you guys shoot steel too?
We shoot steel too.
I hate the fucking star.
Yeah,
You pop off the wrong plate, that thing starts swinging all fucking weird. It's hard as fuck to get that last one.
the one thing I hate is this fucking suspension bridge.
I've never shot that one.
Yeah, we shot this one. You had you were shooting a course, and then you run to the last. Like how they have boxes that you got to shoot from.
Yeah.
And you went to the last section, and you had to be on the suspended, bridge thing. And on that suspended bridge, I think they had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I think 4 of the metal targets that you knock down. And I sat there and got up on that bridge, and it started swinging, and I got the first 3, and I was trying to shoot that last one, and my whole body was just shaking back and forth, and I kept missing that target. I was like, God damn.
Oh, that's gonna be frustrating, because then you're all like trying to, like, all right, bam, fuck, I missed.
Well, he kept, the one of the, guys that put it on. He's like, hey, come here. After the stage was over, and he's like, because each one of those metal targets was like kind of behind, what do you call it? Like one of the plastic barrels. He's like,
oh.
And he was showing me all these, bullet, holes on this barrel. He's like, see these? He's like, this is where you were shooting.
Oh, wow.
Because he didn't know if maybe my sights were off or not. I was like, no, it's just for me shaking up here on that bridge so much.
That's it's gonna be embarrassing. I can imagine.
Well, just imagine, dropping the mag and showing clear and trying to holster that thing while you're up there shaking like hell.
Yeah, that could be definitely a difficult time. I'm gonna try that one time.
Yeah, it's just like a wooden, square block, and it by 4 chains, and that's pretty much what you're shooting from.
I could definitely add an element to it. See, I've always thought like shooting IPSC would be a good training aid, personally. Or I guess USPSA now. I guess IPSC is a thing of the past, and it says IDPA or some shit. But I always found that it is a stress inoculator, because you're running against the clock. And I was thinking, I'm of the belief that any kind of stress inoculator in training is a good thing.
Yeah.
That's why I love simulation so much. Because not only are you shooting at, but you're getting shot back at. Yeah. And when you get hit, you feel it, So, like, one time, let's see, which class was that? I think it was Advanced Scenarios. You're down in Orange County at the Orange County Training Center, which is where a lot of law enforcement go. And they got it all set up. They got like a bank set up. They got a liquor store, a convenience store, 7-Eleven type set up. They've got house setups. They got everything there. And we were doing force on force against each other. And one of the drills was somebody's approaching your vehicle. You're sitting in the vehicle. Another vehicle pulls up next to you. And then, guy starts opening fire on you. And you have to get out and defend. And so you're sitting in the car, right? And the other person sitting in the other car. And then, you're supposed to sit there, and you're not allowed to react until the guy starts to shoot. Or you see the gun come up. Once you see the gun come up, then you can react. And so that was a really cool fucking stage. But got out, I rolled out the car, and my friend who was shooting at me, he got out the other side of the car, of his vehicle. So I got down on the ground, and I was trying to shoot him in the ankle, right? Just hit him. And he dropped down too. So I rolled behind a tire, and I rolled, so pretty much we're shooting at each other underneath the car. And then, so I rolled out to shoot him, and he shot, and he hit me right in the fucking tip of my finger. Fucking hurt like a son of a bitch. We're only like 15 feet away from each other at most. So I ended up having to go to my support hand to shoot him, and I ended up getting him on the support hand. Because at that point in time, I was like, oh, motherfucker, I ain't got much time. He shot me in the hand. And the way I looked at it was, okay, this hand's all fucked up, so it's going to be bleeding bad. I'm in pain, way more pain than I was. So I just bonsai'd him. I fucking got up and ran on the car, and I just caught him when he was on the ground. And well, he was in the midst of getting up, because when I popped up and moved, he was like, what the fuck? I heard a couple more shots, and then he started to like, oh shit, started to get up, and I caught him. But yeah, that was, the tip of the finger was not cool. I actually got hit in the tip of the finger a couple of times, believe it or not. Freaking another one of the scenarios we ran was like, we're literally 2-on-2 against two, so facing off, and then you have to like back off to cover. There's like small things for cover, like fucking a mailbox, fire hydrant, whatever. So we get the thing to go, right? We'd get the buzzer to go, and as soon as I drew and started shooting, my friend Jeremy stepped behind me and used me for fucking cover. That was a pain in the ass. I was just like, really, motherfucker? And he's like, what? I was like, you're an asshole. So I got shot a few times on that one. Another one we did is a guy would stand off with a fake knife at 21 feet. And then, you'd be facing him. And then, at any time, they would just go. And then you'd have to draw and shoot and fire, draw and fire and get them before they got to you. And it's just to teach you to move laterally. And because, they say, it takes a second and a half.
Are you allowed to move backwards while he's coming towards you?
Oh, yeah, you can move backwards, but generally you end up getting stabbed if you do that. Best thing to do is move laterally or diagonally. And what I did normally to throw them off when I ran it was like, because, people they'd go laterally, and they generally always step to the side, their strong side. So you knew what to do, and so it's very predictable, but still, even though being predictable, it makes it harder for the person being the attacker, because I know I was one of them, everybody took their turn. But when it came down to me, I didn't step backward or laterally. I went forward diagonally. And then that really threw the fucker off. He's like, nobody expected that. And I was able to draw and put 2 shots on him before I actually got 3 steps. So I was actually pretty impressed with that. But that's just knowing the attack is coming. So then we did one where you didn't know the attack was coming. It was very random. They would distract you and talk to you and all that. You have it in your head like, okay, it's going to come. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. So you're at your highest level of awareness. And then after a while, it's like, well, is he gonna fucking come or what? And then you're like, okay, he's coming. And then no, it's not. And literally, you would sit there and draw out for minutes, and then eventually the person would come. And generally, when you're getting complacent, because and that's to show you that even when you're at your highest level of alertness, you have to strive to maintain that, because you can become complacent very quickly if you don't feel a threat. So you're gonna have to draw and shoot at somebody who's trying to potentially kill you with a fake knife, in training. But you're not facing them. You don't know when it's coming, so you're alert, and then you're not alert, and then you're alert because you catch yourself, and then you're falling in between that. And sometimes they would come at you when you're ready. Sometimes they would come at you when you're totally not. And that was pretty fun. We did this one scenario where you're going into a utility to pay your bill before a holiday weekend, and you've got to get it paid because for some reason there was some kind of snafu. And when you go in there, there's two customers arguing with the person who works there, and you're supposed to try and figure a way to deal with this. Whether it is just turn around and walk out, or go stand by and be ready, or whatever. I literally walked in, they were yelling. I go, "Excuse me, guys, hold on a second." And I go, "Hey, my bill didn't get paid. Can you take care of that real quick? I'll pay you, and then I'll leave. And you guys get back to your business." And the other two guys, they were supposed to be combative, so they stood up. They stood up to attack me, right? And okay, one of the rules is you're not allowed to touch anybody when you're doing this. Well, I broke the rules. I was literally, "Hey man, calm down," while I was slowly drawing my gun out the side, and the other dude drew his gun, and I grabbed it and I put it aside, and I shot him twice, and I went to shoot the other guy, and my gun had jammed up. So I went bang bang, and the guy just stopped. And then I cleared it, and I shot him again. So they go, "All right, smart ass, you're gonna do it again. This time you're not gonna touch anybody." And they were all in there plotting on how to get me. So I walked in, I saw them yelling, I turned around and walked back out quickly. And they're like, "Get the fuck back in there and deal with this shit. Get back in there and deal with this shit." I was like, "Why?" I saw him fighting, I left. I was like, "I'm done." They're like, no, get your ass back in there. No more fun and games. Figure a way out. So I walked in there, and they're all yelling. I'm like, "Excuse me, where's the bathroom?" And so they pointed to a room. The guy pointed to a room. I went in there, and I was cornered at that point. I mean, I was going to get shot. There was no way about it. They were doing their best to try and get me shot because I was a smart ass. So I go in there, and I'm like, "Is there any other fucking way out of here?" No, there was no other way out. There was a window, but it was nailed shut. So I was like, "All right." So I just sat on the toilet and I pointed the gun at the door. When they came in, I just started shooting. They lit me up. It was funny as hell.
Oh hell! Bang bang. I see Yankee got another gun.
Oh, what do you get this time?
Let's see. It's another SIG. What? 320 RX?
Oh, I thought he already had that. He had like he had the RX compact and full size, and he's really liking those 320s.
See, which one is this? Let's look at the comments, see if he says.
Well, I know he got a box the other day, And he's like, you guys didn't get to watch it. My Patreon supporters will, though. And then at least first. So I never got around to watching any of them. I'm so far behind in YouTube videos, it's pathetic.
320 RX. Or 320 RX Compact. One of the two.
I thought he already had the 320 RX Compact.
I don't know.
I know he's got the full-size RX. 320 RX, because that was one of the things he was talking about. That's when he started getting on his kick about red dots.
Yeah. So this is the compact of that.
And I swear, no, I guess not. I guess he didn't have one. I thought he did. Or he bought one and then had one put on, an RMR put on it or something. I don't know.
I'm surprised he didn't jump in and show it off.
Yeah, he's got the SIG P320C full range review. Are you on his Patreon or?
Nah.
You mean you don't donate money to Yankee?
Nope.
I could literally go down for pages till I see one I've actually watched. Let's see. Oh man, I missed a bunch of the Black Rifle Coffee ones. I gotta watch those. Oh, did you watch? Did you see the new or the latest Matt Best videos?
Oh, about that bandana group.
The Safety Brief song.
Oh, who is it?
M Best, Matt Best.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that one yet.
Safety Brief is funny, and then there's one right before that is doctor diagnosing liberal or something like that. It's pretty funny.
Oh, no.
Okay, I finally ran into one I saw. It was a Yankee video, actually. Tactical training is useless, so take the cheapest.
Yeah.
I never did understand why he was all about that. Oh, wait, there's one above it I saw. It was a Big Daddy Hoffman video. It was the Keltec RDB S survival rifle, which is a smaller, lighter weight one, evidently.
Okay. Okay, he's got the 320C.
Let's see, Chris has got a new video out. Do you watch Repair Mind 101? He's a fellow Ohioan.
Who was it?
Chris Tanner from Prepare My 101.
Nah,
He's a prepper kind of guy. Does some bushcraft stuff. You don't watch any of those types, do you? You're not into the whole prepper survival thing.
I've got some. I just never have time to watch them.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Chris is actually pretty cool, dude. We talk on Facebook. I'm like, hey, I'm looking at this. Like when I bought my Olight S10 baton,
Mhm.
I was like, hey, I was thinking about getting the S10 baton. He was like, I like Olight, but I go, he goes, but I like, the through nights are actually better. And I was like, oh, okay. So I got the S10 baton anyway. I told him. He was like, yeah, okay, cool. I like it because it's got a magnetic base to it, and it like is USB rechargeable through that magnetic base. So it's pretty cool. So you don't have to worry about like a port being exposed to the elements kind of thing.
Yeah. Let's see. Survival mindset.
That's a pretty decent one.
Let's see who else. I can't remember if Joe Prophet is one also or not.
Never heard of that one. Okay, like I watch Feral Woodcraft, Survival on Purpose, Prepared My 101. Got a couple of chick bushcrafters that I watch. She changed her name to Steph Mariga. She really doesn't do too much survival stuff anymore. It was just Bushcraft Steffi originally, and Survival Lily, and she's gotten big, dude. Like in the YouTube world, like she literally was able to quit her job and do that full time. She's got to go to cool places. Like she got to go do, like she did a thing on Vancouver Island because of the Alone series, TV show. She didn't do it for Alone. She went out there on her own. She stayed out there for a week on her own. She gets like invited to go all these fucking places and do all this shit. It's pretty fucking cool. And for a chick, dude, she's fucking locked on, dude. She's got her shit down. She's definitely a tomboy. She's from oh fuck. It's like a German country. But yeah, it doesn't matter. But she hunts and she does shit like that. It's pretty cool.
Let's see. Bill Gowdy.
Okay. I heard of him.
Let's see who else.
I got a couple of commercial channels too, like Everyday Tactical, Ultimate Survival Tips. Actually, Everyday Tactical is not really a commercial one too badly anyway.
Let's see. Follow the Bohemian Hunting Club.
Let's see. I really got to delete Vic DeVito because I don't ever fucking watch his shit. Some of his shit's funny, but most of it, for a while there, it's been kind of lame. Wrangler Star does some pretty good woodworking shit. He kind of like does prepper type thing. Like he lives out in the middle of nowhere. Fucking does everything all primitive. Does a lot of primitive like woodworking kind of stuff. Let's see. Demolition Ranch is getting kind of old. Just doing the same shit everybody else is doing. Yeah, I got a lot of videos to watch.
Yeah, I know. I've been missing a lot of them.
That's probably what I'll end up doing tonight after I get off the chat for a bit. I don't remember if fucking Jimmy's going to be doing his show tomorrow.
Did he do one today?
I don't know. I was at work.
I think he did. And he Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
Yeah, I think so. Because he has that fucked up work schedule right now.
Yeah. Another one channel I like to watch is, let's see, where's he at? MPG 827.
miles per gallon.
Well, that's yeah. I mean, that's the MPG, but he shoots USPSA, and is it USPSA? I think he shoots, or IDPA. Yeah, USPSA. But I mean, he's like 60 years old, and I mean,
60?
he's up there in age, but it seems like every damn time he goes to a match, he ends up getting shot. Or he's always hurting himself somehow. I mean, not on purpose. I mean, like it's the last. Let's see, 3 days ago he posted a video that he was shot in the arm, and he's got a tattoo of a target, USPSA target, on his arm, and he was ROing a match, and the one stage they were supposed to take a shotgun and shoot a door open, and it was a steel door, so the one guy shot it, and one of the pellets came back and hit him in the arm and shot the target on his arm, the target tattoo.
That's funny.
But I mean, he's always getting hit with like little pieces of brass, or something, a fragment or something like that. Let's see here. So 3 days ago, he was shot in the arm. Let's see if I can find another one.
You must be a glutton for punishment, or he really loves the shooting sport that much that you just don't carry.
But I mean, I always joke with him in the comments that he's a magnet for the bullet. Other people have called him Magneto because all the metal fragments rush fly to him and everything else.
Oh, that poor guy, dude. I don't know, dude. That's the second time it happened. I'd probably be like, you know what? Fuck this.
Yeah, 11 months ago, shot with birdshot this time. I mean,
I don't really blame him
shot
for
in the
that.
hand. Let's see.
Yeah, and I don't really blame him for that, other than the fact that he's always there. Just
Shot
like the stadiums they set up.
1 year ago, shot in the head this time, or shot in the head again. It's like, God. I mean, it seems like he's always getting shot.
Does he stand behind the person?
Well, half the time he's running he's shooting the stage. And he's just getting shot with or getting hit with a bullet fragment from his own shot.
Oh, wow. Does he go out there all armored up now, or just
No. Yeah, here was the video from 3 days ago where he was shot in the arm. But yeah, half the time his videos he starts the camera and he's up there shooting, and then some of the guys he's shooting with will come over and jump in front of the camera and do start acting stupid or something like that, to where because they know he's filming. He's always taping his matches.
he's getting photo bombed by his friends? Or I guess video bombed.
Yeah.
And maybe I shouldn't use that term. She was talking about Muslims earlier, so
Yesterday's pomade said they missed. He didn't do Wednesday's show.
yeah, I read that. He texted me earlier today. So, or was that yesterday? No, it was today during the shit. It was. Oh, fuck. Let me look. My days and nights are blending together now. First signs of old timers. Let's see. Oh, it was all today. Yeah, it was tonight. Shit. Yeah. Well, that was Tuesday. Yeah, so it was yesterday. Okay, I'm not so fucking senile as I thought.
Yeah. MPG 827. He had asked in the video when he got shot in the arm on that target. He was asking everybody to comment if it was an Alpha or a Charlie that the guy hit. That the guy hit.
What was the most common response?
Charlie. But I put on there in my comment, I was like, that the guy could argue that the target was moved by the RO while he was running the stage.
That's funny.
Yeah, I always like watching his videos. I just hope when I get to that age, I'll be able to move like he does.
Oh shit, Pink, you're a skinny dude, right?
No.
Well, you ain't a big fat guy like me.
I'm not that big. I'd say I probably could lose about 50 pounds, but
Well, how tall are you?
5'8".
And what, you weigh like maybe 200?
Yep.
50 pounds is excessive for a guy your age. Shoot for 10 first. No shit, you're younger than me, so.
No, I'm not. I'm older than you.
How old are you?
47.
Oh shit, you are older than me. Yeah, okay, well then I wasn't joking so much, evidently. No, 5'8", 200, that's thick, but it's not like super bad. I guess medically it would be bad, but whatever. See, I was just picturing you as a tall, skinny dude.
No. Matter of fact, this time last year I was 170.
You working out? You gaining muscle mass? Or you just enjoying the table too much?
Well, I was enjoying the table too much. I mean, it didn't help when I, pretty much broke my ankle at NRA, and then all I did was just, sit around and watch videos.
Yeah, I understand that. That is something I can definitely understand, sir. And mine's not even the excuse of getting hurt, so.
Yeah, last month I joined a gym, so hopefully I'll start working this back off.
Well, if you go after work,
Yeah.
it's like, is it on your way home, or is it out of the way?
It's not really out of the way. It's in the same town that I work in, so
Just like I've always found, like you got to keep in mind, I'm lazy. So if I do go to a gym, I'd always want one that was kind of like en route to or from my house, where I didn't have to deviate from the journey too far. I don't know, man. I got used to it. Like, I was in the Marine Corps. I fucking literally the gym was literally right across from my barracks, literally on the other side of the driveway or the parking lot. So I was always in the gym.
Yeah.
And I was in the military, so I was always being physically active anyway.
right.
It's like nowadays, I'm like, if I'm not getting paid, I'm probably not going to do it. Yeah, one of the things I was thinking about doing, I keep joking with my friends about this, is that like when I do move, and I live in a nicer area, whatever, I'm going to contact Bowflex and send them pictures of me and say, send me a free fucking thing. I'll use it. And then you guys can watch, I'll be like a test subject. Watch this fat guy get in shape. Send me some Bowflex shit. That shit works, dude. I love Bowflex. I'm pissed I got rid of mine. I don't even know why I got rid of it, honestly. I think I was just like moving it out into the garage, which I don't know why, because I still used it. But I was probably fucking working around the house trying to do shit different in here or whatever. And then I was like, fuck, I really don't want to move it back in. And some dude was like, how much you want for that? I'm like, fuck it, it's yours, take it. I only paid $25 for it at a yard sale, so yeah, go ahead. And I was like, yeah, okay, it's not in here cluttering up the living room anymore. And then I was like, fuck, what did I do? Like a couple months later, I was like, oh shit, man, never mind. So yeah, I don't know.
My brother used to have one.
They fucking work great, dude. They do. I like them. Freaking, I've had a couple of variations. I had a Bowflex, and I had like a weeder version of it. They called it the crossbow.
Yeah.
And instead of the resistance bands or whatever they are standing vertically, they went horizontally when in use. But when not in use, you just kind of pulled this knob and it rotated to where they were vertical, but you couldn't use them. So I was like, it was good for storage. But I like the rowing machine on that one way better. Like, because I don't know, it seems like the way it's set up for rowing was, I don't know, I think it's the way the placement of the bands, the way the bands were. It just was like more of an actual positive exercise.
Right.
So the one on the Bowflex sucked. I was like, well, that's a feature I'll never use.
Yeah, the one my brother had, I think he got it like 25 years ago.
Holy shit. Were they around that long ago?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they had to have been, I guess. The one I got, let's see, I got it maybe 6 years ago. I had it for about 3 years, and I got rid of it. So I got it for like $25 at a yard sale.
That's cheap, trust me.
Yeah, we're just sitting out back, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we never use it." I go, how much? 25. I took it out of there before the wife found out I did it. So he's like, "Just get it out of here now," and I'm like, "All right," because I guess it was hers. It's $25. Threw it in the back of my friend's truck. So let's get the fuck out of here. At home, I just fucking, because it'd been sitting out on this patio forever. Well, I fucking debugged it because it had all sorts of cobwebs and shit in it. I fucking lubed up the fucking bearings and ran great for 3 years. Never had an issue.
It was like 25, 30 years ago, yeah. Because I think he paid like either 11 or 1400 for it.
Oh, dude, they're still that expensive.
Yeah.
I think you can get like the base model, like the one I had. for like 700 now because they have other ones that are out. The one I
Yeah,
want
I
to get
saw
is
they got one that's like almost like a stair stepper type uh, elliptical or something like that.
yeah, it's the Tread Climber.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Tread Climber. You get that. You get the one that the astronauts use. That instead of having the big bands, it has the disc bands. You put on like you add on like weights, and it pretty much its resistance coiled up. It's like an internal spring
Mhm.
type thing. You get that and the fucking Tread Climber, and then get their little dumbbells, which are fucking expensive, but because you can like, all it is a gimmick to be able to change weight fast. But and you're looking like that's pretty fucking good total workout right there. I mean, of course, you're also looking at about 10 grand for all that shit.
yeah. I know the one girl was making fun of me because I went to the gym the other morning after work. She's like, how you got any energy left?
Fucking just don't push yourself too hard too fast. You're not like you were when you were younger. I only word
Yeah, I
of
know.
advice.
I can feel that because my arms are sore 2 days, still 2 days after.
For like right now,
Yeah,
for a while, just go in, like do like a minute on the elliptical or whatever, 2 minutes, get your heart rate up real quick, stretch out, and then fucking do your cardio, and then do like a circuit type thing. Just do like all the fucking weight machines. Not all, but like, pick one per body part and do that. And then do another little bit on the bike or something like that to loosen yourself back up, stretch out again. And do that for a while until you're used to it. Then start getting more complicated.
yeah. She had put on there is like, damn glad you have the energy to go there after work.
That's the best time to go because you're awake,
Yeah.
And then
Another guy was like sitting on the weight bench watching other guys work out doesn't exactly count as working out.
no, it doesn't.
It's like, then she was like, he's moving his eyes. Maybe that's the workout part.
Wow. She's talking about you.
I was like, yeah. And I put on there. I was like, it was a hard workout watching from the outside. Hard to see from that far away.
I really had to strain my eyes.
Yeah.
Shit, the last gym I belonged to, shit, I was still with my ex at the time. In fact, we joined together. And I think the only reason she went is because they had this fucking vibrating machine, whatever they say is supposed to like. Oh no, it's like you sit on it or you stand on it. You do like a bunch of different exercises on it or whatever. Not really, but you fucking like you plank on it. You can do push-ups or whatever. What it does is it vibrates and it's supposed to stimulate your stabilizer muscles and help burn fat. And I was like, it's a fucking gimmick. I did that for a while. I was like, yeah, that shit sucks. We got to stop that. And she goes, it works for me. And I'm like looking at her like, no, babe, it's not really working. They stack the numbers to seem important, but it's not really working. And she didn't like that too much. I go, let's just use the gym. Actually fucking work out. She was like, well, okay. And then it was like, she didn't want to go anymore. And I was like, oh, fuck. Then I canceled the membership and she was all pissed. I was like, the fuck? You're not going, well, you could still go. And I'm like, I hate working out by myself. I really do. I hate working out by myself. It's just not fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just another excuse for me not to work out. It's like, well, if you're not going to go, I'm not going to go. Why should I bother if you don't, right? So, like, I don't know. The weather's getting better, so hiking season's coming up. I think I'm going to start going out and if I can start hiking around a bit.
Yeah, if I stopped drinking Mountain Dew, I could probably lose 10 pounds a month easy.
Well, yeah, if you could stop drinking Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? I hardly drink soda that much anymore. Generally, like, okay, I drink a lot of water.
Yeah, see, I don't like water. I mean, I'm
On a
drinking
bad
more of
day.
it now, but
On a bad day, I drink about 3/4 a gallon. That's on a day I don't drink that much. On a day, if I'm physically active, I drink a lot of water. But they say you're supposed to take you take your weight, you cut it in half, and that's how much water you're supposed to drink on a daily basis, just doing your regular daily stuff. If you're physically active, you adjust accordingly. So, like for me, doing nothing, I need to drink over a gallon because I got to drink like 180 ounces or something like that. No, not that much. Close. Yeah, like 170 ounces. So I'm like 340. So drink 170 ounces a day just to maintain a proper level of hydration. So I drink a lot of water. But if I don't drink water, like I'll have like my one vice out there is like, I don't know if you guys have Arizona iced teas up there.
yeah, we do.
Okay. The Arizona iced tea RX, the energy version. I drink like one of those. Sometimes I drink one like a day for like 3 or 4 days, and then sometimes I just drink like one a week. So, but I figure that into my total daily consumption rate because it has sugar and shit in it. So, you know, I got to take that into consideration. But yeah, hydration is the key. And if I'm not drinking that or water, I'm drinking like regular, just plain iced tea, unsweetened. Maybe some lemon in it, real lemon. You're like, yeah, fuck that. I'll stick to Mountain Dew.
I can drink water if I've got the flavor stuff added to it.
Go work yourself up to where you're fucking drenching in sweat. Water's gonna taste fine to you.
That sounds like too much. That sounds, like too much work there.
Now you sound like me. My problem is I just don't get up and do it. I know what to do. I know how to do it. I just don't.
Yeah. What is it? 5? Yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's fucking almost 2 o'clock here, so I'm gonna bail on you, brother.
Yeah, I think I might bail too.
All right. Well,
That way I
if
can get
you're
some,
around tomorrow.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep so I can get to the range.
Yeah, you do. Gotta get that practice in before you shoot that match on Saturday.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, have fun shooting. Take pictures if you can. Get video of you shooting that Tommy gun. I want to see that.
Yep, I'll try. So, I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, later, brother.
And everybody, the two people still watching.
Yeah.
I'll put another one up tomorrow night.
Good night, everybody. Later.
Later.